I've been patient and I've been waiting. Call me stubborn, but I can get over it. You left and never say goodbye. Those tears I cry, no, I can get over it.
So don't you ever let me down again, 'cause I'm depending on you, so you better come through this time. Please hear my cry, and if I ever let you down, my friend, it was a misunderstanding, so if I took it for granted, don't I promise from today I go jump like I never jump, wave like I never wave, wine like I never wine before, just to show you I'm sorry, and I need you back in my life. Look at people by the truck, emotions running high, we end up in the sky, just running down we high, can't you tell that we're sorry, and we need you back in we high, and if I come back home to me, come on to me, come on to me, it's not just for you. Come on to me, come on to me, This is my apology, follow me, come and see what you mean to honor me. You're a treasure in my eyes, the greatest pleasure in my life. Oh, that's when you live with me, honestly, how it is, home is where I should be. Pretty feathers in disguise, not together we will rise. Oh, so don't you ever let me down again, 'cause I'm depending on you, so you better come through this time. Please hear my cry, and if I ever let you down, my friend, it was a misunderstanding, so if I took it for granted, then I promise from today I go jump like I never jump, wave like I never wave, wine like I never wine before, just to show you I'm sorry, and I need you back in my life. You can
Good evening, and welcome to the premiere of the MERIKINS. I am Alexander McLaren, Public Affairs Officer at the U.S. Embassy. Tonight, you will see the fruits of several months of hard work spent researching, documenting, and filming the journey of the MERIKINS from slavery in the United States to fighting for the British in the War of 1812, to new homes in Canada, and finally to land of their own here in Trinidad.
When I was approached by my good friend, Ambassador Wilkinson Welters, to lend support to this worthwhile project, I did not hesitate to come on board. I was immediately fascinated by this incredible story that binds our four nations, Trinidad and Tobago, Canada, United States, and the United Kingdom, and I knew that it had to be told. It is my fervent wish that this documentary, so superbly put together by JCD and Associates, will be seen by as many Trinbagonians as possible, and especially by the youth of the nation. Again, it is an important and inspiring part of your and our collective history.
The struggle of the Americans show that the desire for freedom is found in the hearts of every man, woman, and child, and that people, if given a chance, will make any sacrifice to gain their freedom. I'm very happy that tonight we have a chance to open these lost pages of Trinidad and America's shared history and commit to memory through this documentary the courage of those forgotten freedom fighters.
these remarkable people who took an extraordinary risk with the offer of freedom from the British forces, but with a very, very uncertain future. They left their conditions of slavery in the United States and served under the British flag, serving under an enemy flag effectively, risking everything for this idea of freedom.
I just want to say from my heart and on behalf of the American community, a special thank you. We will go there and rejoice. We will share this all over the world, all over the Caribbean and at home, especially in the company villages where my people, they are all waiting to hear the great news and to see themselves, you know, and share the story and feel good about themselves, you know, and this is what we were waiting on.
And now, the feature presentation of the MERIKINS.
The fervent desire for freedom within the heart of man has revealed to us the very extent of our humanity and has brought us to the farthest reaches of resolve and fortitude. The heart-wrenching stories of the Middle Passage represent for us a watershed moment in the history of our humanity. Yet the story did not end with, nor was it solely dominated by, atrocity. Within the dank shade of that moment in human history, there have indeed been apertures of pure light.
I think of the Americans, my ancestors in a period of time, 35 to 4,000 people whose souls were on fire because of enslavement. And they needed a way to escape that enslavement. The kind of chance that they took to just assuage the situation that they were in, and by entering a war that they didn't know whether they would survive or not.
Fleeing from the metallic whisper of chains, there was one overwhelming desire in the hearts of these men and women. They wanted to be free, and the British, who were at war with the Americans, welcomed them.
Why would the British want runaway slaves? They were very busy in France, well, in Europe. With the Napoleonic Wars, they were using a lot of their manpower there, and they needed to build up their troops. And so this was an easy way to convince runaway African-American slaves who were, of course, not very happy with the U.S., by the U.S. treatment of them and not giving them their freedom. So the British came in at the right time saying they would promise them their freedom, and these slaves joined the ranks with the British.
If we look back to that early period of the 19th century, Britain found itself in conflict with the United States, as we all know. And as part of that conflict, a whole lot of slaves in the United States initially came as refugees to the British forces. There was a British admiral whose name is Alexander Cochrane, and he kind of saw an opportunity there. And he was building on a lot of movements that were happening at that time. We're at the beginning of the period when people were thinking about the rights of slaves. The slave trade had been banned in the UK in 1807. There had been a slave revolt in Haiti, which had, if you like, revolutionized the way people thought about slavery and the rights of these people. So Cochrane was building on a, if you like, a wave of changes going through the region, the Caribbean region. And he saw this opportunity. So he actually reached out to the slave populations of the United States and said that they should come under the British flag and effectively serve in return for freedom, in return for their liberty.
The War of 1812 was one of the most intense wars fought between a former colony and their former colonial masters. Yet, amid the clamor and calamity of war, the enslaved Black Americans responded to the clarion call that echoed within them year after fettered year. During the war, several of those enslaved along the east coast of the United States escaped from the cold chains of slavery.
The 4,000 enslaved Americans who made what I call the Great Escape, the 4,000 Americans who quit their slavery during the War of 1812. It was the largest emancipation between the events in Haiti at the turn of that century and British colonial emancipation in the 1830s, and a full half century before American emancipation with the Civil War.
Because slavery was so harsh, they developed their own language so that the slave master could not detect what they were saying. And through their song and through their religious gatherings, the slave master never knew what they were saying. Those traditions came over with the African Americans that settled here in Trinidad.
So not only were the Americans fighting to maintain the integrity of their status as an independent nation, but within that independence, the enslaved were hoping to taste freedom as well, some of them for the very first time.
My aunt would speak of a great Uncle Bukusu. And I used to wonder, well, Auntie Lane, where did that name come from? And she says, well, I don't know, that was my grandmother's brother. And so for all the questions that I would ask, there would be partial answers. But on this particular voyage, I made this discovery. And it was quite amazing because it took me into the National Archives of Trinidad, then on to the National Archives of London, and then the United States. And I made some remarkable discoveries about the fact that my people were enslaved in Virginia, and during the War of 1812, specifically on the day of April 18, 1814, they made their bid for freedom by running away, joining the British Royal Navy, becoming colonial Marines. So this is the letter from the overseer to the master describing the escape of my foreparents. Dear sir, this will inform you that on the 20th day of this month, just after sunrise, there appeared 4 barges heavy loaded with men. They appeared to be coming directly to the house where I live. I got all of my things out of the way of the British and all of the stock of every kind, and directed all the Negroes to get up to the new settlement, and from thence into the woods. When I returned, after getting my family up to Brent's in 1 hour, Kennedy, Ezekiel, and Tom Saunders had gone off to the British. The British were in pursuit of a vessel loaded with flour. The said vessel went up the creek to anchor within 400 yards of your new settlement. They took that vessel and Captain Cornell's vessel and went out in less than 2 hours. I believe the barges came up the same night and took a rappel out of Lockley Creek. I am concerned if the British should frequent Rappahannock River, a number of Negroes will go with them. Write me on what step to take. I have been more distressed this time than all the rest. If these times should last, I mean to go home next year. I am, dear sir, respectfully, John Richardson.
The moment, the fact that we run, I say, I am a rebel. And the fact that we run away and fought for our independence, I look at the people with pride. That is the defining moment. I said, these people fought for their independence. It wasn't given to them. And some died.
It does speak to faith and to human resilience and courage and the power of the struggle for freedom, I think.
The Corps of Colonial Marines distinguished itself very quickly, and they took part in some very significant military actions, including the famous burning of Washington, which resulted in the White House having to be painted white.
With the Treaty of Ghent signed on the 14th of December, 1814, the war came to an end. Neither Britain nor the United States had lost any territories, but the Native American Indians had lost just about everything. And the Corps of Colonial Marines, so adroit during the war on the seas, needed somewhere to rest their battle-worn feet.
There's one memory spiritual called Sail Out and By, which seems to refer to the time that they spent on these ships during a war. And the lines are, sail out and by, sailio, sail out and by. Captain say, sail out and by, sailio, sail out and by. Diver say, sail out and by, sailio, sail out and by. Nursey say, sail out and by, sailio, sail out and by. So you have the diver, the captain, the nurse. You have these people who are very much a part of their lives as they were on these ships.
But that life of being adrift from their destinies was over. It was time now to search the horizon for a new home, to say goodbye to America once and for all.
Since they could not go back home, I think if they had gone back to the USA, they would have been, hanged in the nearest tree. So the British had to find a place for them. And therefore the British government asked various West Indian governments if they would take these demobilized soldiers, these soldiers who had fought in the war.
At the end of the war in 1815, members of the Corps of Colonial Marines were sent to Bermuda, where there was a major naval dockyard. While there, they were offered various opportunities to engage once more in military service. But the heart's desire was clear. Having witnessed the turbulence and dust-blown lives of slavery and war, these Marines and their families wanted their liberty, wanted to live as free men and women.
There's no doubt that the spirit of independence that people have commented on in let's say the last 100 years, independence and awkwardness was there from the beginning. And they were, the colonial Marines even threatened to go on strike when they were stationed in Bermuda because they didn't like the work they were being asked to do unless they were given some extra pay for it.
Of about 4,000 of the Corps of Colonial Marines who took up the offer from the British to settle in British territories after the war, almost 2,000 went to Canada, settling primarily in Quebec, Ontario, and Nova Scotia.
Of those 2,000 that went to Canada, about 100 took advantage of a subsequent offer to relocate. So in 1821, the British authorities offered to resettle anyone who wanted to in Trinidad and Tobago. And so we found that of the original 2,000 that went to Canada, about 95 came to Trinidad and Tobago at that time and joined the original Americans who had come right after the war.
Once more, a sea change found its way into the fates of these now free people. They were to once again brave the ocean, this time destined for the shores of Trinidad.
When news came to the Trinidad planters of the impending arrival of the colonial Marines, there was quite a bit of opposition. They didn't want ex-slaves exciting their slaves into unrest. And so in the end, Governor Woodford placed them in the south in an area of virtually virgin forest that was, if you like, on the edge of the existing cultivated area. And maps at the time show that the area was just plain blank.
And I want you to imagine so many years ago, 1816, 1820, when the companies landed in Trinidad. At that point in time, the area was really very forested, very isolated. Even today, if you go to Moruga and you go to the southern part of the country, you see the forests. You get a clear sense of how isolated the area is even today. So throw your mind back to the early 19th century, and you get a clear sense of how difficult it would have been for these pioneers. And yet they survived.
Remember, Americans came in 1815, 16. We still had slavery. Trinidad had just become British in 1797, and these people came, 15, 18 years afterwards, in the height of slavery, and yet you were empowering Black people. For me, that is the sense of pride there. Yet you were empowering Black people. They had already gotten their freedom in America. They had fought for it. Their land was their payment, and here it is that you were giving each family 16 acres of land to do something for themselves. Never mind it was virgin land in uncharted territory. I think that is important. I think that is special.
The Corps of Colonial Marines, responding to the final call, of the muster of freedom found themselves on the south coast of Trinidad. Trained military men assaulted with the calm of the abounding vegetation on land that was awaiting occupancy. Yet an echo of the past remained.
Trinidad was a very recent acquisition as a British colony. It was not well populated. It was not one of the more established colonies in the West Indies. So that meant that it really suited the British governor at the time to bring in new populations, and particularly this population of clearly very hardworking, enterprising and determined people who'd be able to live as free men, as a kind of yeomanry of small-scale farmers.
They were recruited in company batches with a head sergeant. That's the same way they came to Trinidad. That's the same way they were, let's say, transplanted and brought here. And when the villages were set up, whoever was the sergeant or what have you in charge ended up being in charge of the village.
They were craftsmen. They knew how to grow anything, but they had a skill. They had a skill. And that's what they did here. They built their community with the African traditions from the motherland, Africa.
I read something about somebody who went into the area and he said, these people are wonderful people. They have transformed this section of Trinidad. They have transformed it, and he was amazed at the progress they had made.
Settled in company villages in the district of Moruga to the very south of Trinidad, these now free families continued to show a diligence that astounded those who witnessed it, marshaling their new destinies with a fierce determination. They became distinctly known as the MERIKINS.
What I really found fascinating in my trip to Trinidad was the discovery that the names of these villages, the companies that these people served, are still a part of the environment. There were 6 companies. My family happened to be part of the 4th company. But to walk into a community where 200 years later you see the signs of the 1st company, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, is just an amazing revelation to me.
Not only was the physical development of the company villages a significant part of the lives of the MERIKINS, but their spirituality, which had carried their hearts through slavery and the war, continued to be at the very center of their lives.
Dreams and vision, yes, were significant for parents because this is what they believed in and this is what they lived by, especially when their dream came to pass. More so, they hold on, and therefore this actually they perpetuated to their next generations.
The Baptist faith, which was practiced by several of the enslaved in the southern states of America at the time, had carried these men and women through the dismay and dread of slavery, and they refused to leave it behind.
I think the spirituals, and if as you look in the U.S. as well as throughout the Caribbean, African descendants are very religious and very spiritual. And I think it's because it was a way of release from the harshness of slavery and the work that they did. I say it's a glue that held their sanity together, their religion and their spirituality.
At this period of our lives, the MERIKINS, or forefathers, have left us with this rich legacy of faith in Jesus Christ, of faith in our God, and we are able to build on it continuously.
The American, no doubt, have laid a foundation, and that foundation was laid by and through spirituality. And therefore, the generations coming, no doubt, would have inherited this. And because of this, no doubt they would have transcended all boundaries.
Here you had a group of people who would do anything to gain their freedom and went through incredible ordeals in a very remote island far away from their home, which was the southern United States, and yet forged a community and kept hold of their pride and their sense of identity and their special kind of Christianity right up to the present day.
In a strange land with nature abounding about them, these now free men and women had to shape their new world into communities, spaces of hope and healing. One man, Samuel Ebenezer Eliot, a descendant of the American people, had become one of those healers that restored the unsure eyes of the sick to the light of day.
Papa Nisa, Ebenezer Eliot. He was a true American, a member of the Third Company Baptist Church, and he had his own little chalet where he used to attend to people, attend to sick people. You would never hear Papa Nisa doing anybody anything bad. It's only about goodness. He had a tremendous reputation.
The company villages and the wider area of South Trinidad is still heavily populated by American descendants, many of them not knowing that they descended from persons who rejected slavery outright and triumphed over it before the disbelieving eyes of the world.
So I think we can see the Americans as not only pioneers within Trinidad, but pioneers of actually the concept of abolitionism and freedom from slavery.
In the same way, for example, that every European schoolboy or every Greek schoolboy or every Russian schoolboy could use Greece as part of his or her intellectual heritage and use their contribution to civilization as part of their whole historical and cultural development. To my mind, the parallels are the same that can be drawn from the story of the MERIKINS.
Many great stories of triumph of the human spirit have been drowned by the broken bridges between generations. But none of these stories is beyond resuscitation or revival.
It's an inspiring story, and I think it's a story that deserves to be told, deserves to be known not just here in Trinidad and Tobago, but also in the other 3 countries of whose history it forms a part.
There is a strong bond between the U.S. and Trinidad beyond the strong governmental bilateral relationships that we have. It's a people bond, and I just believe that this story will enrich that bond even more. And to me, it has come full circle. I see the connection, and I want to tell the story to youth especially.
A lot of young people now, a lot of students that I may encounter, or even people my age, don't know about the American history as such.
Nothing in the school books about the free blacks coming here, nothing much in the school books about the 1812 war, and therefore it was just something that, you know, like the forgotten war, you know. So this is the time, I think the time is now where we can really revive the people and bring the history alive, and I'm proud to be part of that circle.
As a child, I always heard the word American.
You began to identify names, and you knew then that the Jacksons, the Huggins, the Loneys, the Westons, you knew they were all part of the clan.
African tradition lent itself to the oral tradition, where you tell stories and you pass it down from one generation to the next. But in today's society, people don't talk enough.
The other part that I find really very moving, and it's the idea that how this story was able to survive through the generations of oral history, keeping in mind that the Americans were not allowed to learn to read or write. So this story could not really be told except among themselves and passed down through the generations.
It's all about bringing this alive. It's all about looking at some of the practices that kept them alive and how we can reintroduce it in our society today. And I think it's a really, really great path to follow.
The descendants are very accomplished people in different nations, in the States, in Canada, in England. They've gone into various professions. And when you think of where they came from, starting out as slaves, I mean, that's an incredible story and one we can all draw inspiration from, I believe.
I think the residents there have inherited this spirit of independence, self-reliance, awareness of themselves, and they're coming and settling in Trinidad, and the fact that all these grants are still there exactly as they were. I think this is something special.
If you are able to identify historically and culturally with your ancestral base, it gives you a greater grounding, it gives you a greater sense of identity, it gives you a greater sense of consciousness. And this is what the American community has.
A few years ago, a number of our ancestors began research. And the research ended in the production of a number of documents. My father, Alfred Boise Huggins, wrote the book, The Saga of the Companies. And it is in that literature that I got a clear sense of what it was all about.
The history of slavery is undoubtedly, it's one of the worst crimes perpetrated by one group of people on another group of people. But equally, I think what history shows us is that all of us will have difficult questions to answer.
I think documentaries like The Americans, being an outstanding example, are so important in conveying this sense of history for younger people particularly. They all speak to a kind of reviving consciousness about the importance of history.
We could sit here now and know that we're proud to be Americans.
Oh, I am very proud to be American. I know that my foreparents fought for our freedom and some died, and I'm very proud.
We stand tall because we stand on the backs of our ancestors. They gave us a legacy, a tradition of religious dedication, hard work, sacrifice.
I'm proud of the legacy that was passed down to me, and I hope I could pass it on to many more.
They left a legacy of hard work, of dedication to hard work. Because one of the characteristics was that they came to Trinidad and worked hard. There's absolutely no doubt about it. And now, as they are trying to develop the area, the various company villages are coming together to develop the whole of Moruga into all kinds of very commendable projects.
I'm really very proud to be a descendant of the American. And I feel it especially when I meet people who would walk up to me and say, I'm a Jackson, I'm a Huggins, I'm American, because it means so much. It's a sense of identity and a sense of community.
I am Akila Jaramugi, and I am a proud descendant of the American people. Tracing the descendants and the family, I am one of the great-granddaughters of Papa Nee's clan, the Elliots. Prince Elliot was my great-great-grandfather. We have been waiting for this moment, where we can really empower the people, educate them about the great history of free Blacks in Trinidad, from whence we came and the way forward.
The story would go on. It's not about to die. Yes, it might flounder like with everything else, but it would go back up.
And so I think that the Americans, 200 years later, when their story is really just emerging, that the harrowing period of time, the 2 years that they were involved in this war, certainly they deserve to be honored in their quest for freedom, and no better place for it to happen than in Trinidad.
What we learn from looking at the Americans is actually that there's if you like, a constant need for people to be free, and people will take amazing steps and courageous actions in order to do that.
By viewing this video, more people will be inspired by this powerful story of what transpired in the 1800s from the U.S., the migration of African-American slaves to Trinidad. These are the types of stories that come alive and make youth interested in learning about people and cultures.
Amid the undergrowth of hidden histories, the wilderness of the forgotten, there are clearings within memory where untold stories can be rebuilt word by word. The story of the Americans has cleared the way and finally found itself deservedly in the light.
Swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me.
See me, ah.
So long you not see me, when you see me, I will take it away. So long you not see me, when you see me, I will take it away.
I'm indeed appreciative of this invitation to be among the guests here this evening, or rather, to be among the persons who will be extending recognition and tributes to the history of the Americans and to the surviving years of their community. I'm also very appreciative because the story of the Americans I personally consider to be a monumental saga of a strong people who, over the past 200 years, have evolved into dedicated and distinguished citizens and have blended into what is today Trinidad and Tobago's national fabric. It's another great story in the annals of our enslaved ancestors, the Merikin story. I see it as an example of African resistance, African decisiveness, strength, courage, pride in the identity, and empowerment, all in the face of colonial racism, oppression, and systematic dehumanization. Yours is a noteworthy story. It's a narrative which should be known to every citizen of this country because it is commendable. It's about the survival and resilience and should be told truthfully, not whitewashed, and retold and retold. And that is why tonight I'm very happy to hear that the Ministry of Education is partnering with you to get this story into our school's curriculum. Some persons here this evening may recall the bestseller, that novel, Roots, by the African-American Alex Haley in the late 1970s, which was later converted into a television series. Roots depicted for us, watching nightly in our living rooms, the brutal reality of slavery. It detailed for us vividly the nightmares that millions of our ancestors suffered during the crossing of the Middle Passage and the horrors of their daily lives stretched over centuries on plantations on this side of the world. I believe that the saga of the Americans, a people enslaved on plantations in America, who were first enticed by the British and their forces during the American War of Independence in 1776, and has all of the ingredients of a similar cinematic television blockbuster as Alex Haley's Roots. Those slaves who accepted the offer of freedom if they enlisted with the British forces in America's fight for its independence were later settled in Nova Scotia, Canada, Jamaica, and the Bahamas. Trinidad entered the picture later in what may be considered as the second wave during the War of 1812, also called, interestingly, the War of Faulty Communication, or the Second War of Independence. Again, a fight between the British and by then the independent United States. Going down the historical path for the Americans, the war was said to be one of national honor. As such, it rejected Britain's attempt to restrict the growing United States and French trade and the blockade of its ports. The British, on the other hand, saw the Americans as expansionists, wanting to annex the entire continent, even laying claims to parts of British Canada. In many battles, the British forces were successful, significantly burning Washington, D.C., the US capital. But its forces were later routed as it attempted to capture the cities of Baltimore and New Orleans. History tells us further that it is within that context that Britain again offered freedom and land to American slaves to come enlist in its sea and land forces. Some estimates say that nearly 4,000 slaves escaped from the plantations and enlisted before the war ended in 1814. The first of 5 waves of freed slaves, now disbanded soldiers, arrived in this country on the vessel Lord Eldon in 1815. Some of these arrivals in Trinidad were former slaves, now soldiers, had actually been seen, they had seen a tour of duty with the British in Bermuda and rejecting other offers to join the British West India Regiment, chose peace and freedom in Trinidad. They were first housed in both Laventille and some in Caroni. They were later allocated 16-acre family plots by Governor Sir Ralph Woodford in what is known as the Company Villages in South Trinidad, because he believed that the southern parts of the island should be developed. Land grants, yes, but it meant started from scratch on virgin territory. The clearing of forests, the building of homes, schools, churches, and creating communities. It was not an easy passage for these early settlers. Some found that the plots were unsuitable for agriculture, describing it as hard bargaining, and were forced to petition London for better arrangements. Others asked to return. However, overall, the Americans settled alongside other Africans, some of whom were still not free, developing the needed skills as carpenters, joiners, blacksmiths, and other skills, cultivating corn, ground provision, and the now famous upland bearded hill rice to feed themselves and for sale. They were not complainers and were not afraid to be self-reliant. In later years, as the oil industry developed, many of the new generation worked in the fields, and some oil field lands were leased to the companies. Much of what I reflect on here had been documented by UWI Professor Keith Lawrence's early work dating back to 1961. John Hackshaw, a descendant, also wrote on the genealogy of Afro-American couple from among the first settlers. In fact, there's a host of exciting material here and in libraries in the United Kingdom and the United States on the MERIKINS, which should give us, as citizens, clearer insights into who we are today. Some may argue that the Americans' decision to come to Trinidad was indeed a smart, fruitful one. As Black people, they have escaped the discrimination, disenfranchisement, political and economic injustices which still endure in other lands. Today, you, the heirs, live in an island and a nation which boasts of its opportunities, multiculturalism, its systems of democratic freedoms and justice, alongside provisions of health, education, housing, property ownership, and social welfare programs. Today, the many proud descendants of these pioneering soldiers from enslavement own a country which provides so many opportunities for self-development and which stands well recognized in the international community. Finally, I want to praise the surviving heirs of the MERIKINS further as persons who continue to celebrate their past rather than being consumed by some experiences that were sad. You all have shown a strong sensitivity and recognition of your race your Africanness, without resentment to those checkered aspects of your history. You have not shown denial, but as a group, you continue to recognize the good and bad. And as dedicated citizens, you continue to contribute to the search for and contribute to nurturing a better future for us all in Trinidad and Tobago. Your country is inspired by your resilience, your sense of family, your embrace and respect for ancestry. Continue to be proud, inspire the coming generations, and in so doing, continue to be one of the jewels of that star-studded crown, the story of which is the history of Trinidad and Tobago. I thank you for affording me this very special opportunity to celebrate with you, and may God bless us all in Trinidad and Tobago.
Caribbean insight, really is dynamite. Caribbean insight, really super, was spite. Caribbean insight, enjoy day or night. Caribbean insight, really is dynamite.
And in keeping with tradition, I believe my drummer is supposed to give my drum call to call my people.
You know the history of the MERIKINS. Before we start this program, we want to welcome you all with a word of prayer. And we will call on Sister Leonise to welcome you all.
Heavenly Father, as we gathered here this afternoon, Lord, I ask you to guide and protect us. We ask you to guide the footsteps of those who are on their way. Give them traveling mercies to be here, dear Jesus. Lord, you know and you see all things. And Father, you know the mission we are on this afternoon. I ask you, in no other name, Ashe, Ashe, Ashe.
I am Akila Jaramugi, one of the co-founders and director of the American Heritage Foundation. And I just want to say we choose this event today in this building because it is time that we as a people reconnect. The group is small. I know we have thousands of MERIKINS living within this community. However, where 2 and 3 are gathered, we are gathered here to share information and to make this event a meaningful, educational, cultural, loving, fun time here at this center.
Octavia Roberts, better known as Leonis Roberts. We are in Fort George Branch Road, where I have obtained from my grandfather. My father passed on from generation 5 acres of American property. My father was Daniel Elliott. My grandfather was the late Ebenezer Elliott, better known as Papa Neza. And he has left us 5 acres on the left and 5 acres on the right property that we use for farming. Basically, it was orchard, cocoa, coffee, bananas of all description.
The American Heritage Foundation started in 2010, and over the 7-year period, we have been able to do a lot of awareness among the American people, build awareness among our American people, and at a national level, share information. Yes, we have been here for 201 years now. Last year, we celebrated our 200th anniversary. The Americans came here in 1816, and why only just recently a lot of people become aware of American history. Was it a plan? I don't know. Was it a forgotten war direction that we should keep this a secret? Well, it's no longer a secret.
The first batch of soldiers that came settled in First Company, known as Grant. And the conditions there were not really, what they had expected. And they called for New Grant. Hence the reason why the place is now called New Grant, in Matilda Pitikafe area. The third batch of soldiers settled in the 3rd Company area on the Indian Walk Road. The 4th batch of soldiers that came, they settled around Williamsville, known as Hardbagging. The 5th batch of soldiers settled around the Indian Walk Road, going to Moruga. So that's the 5th Company area there. And the 6th Company is the last batch of soldiers that came and settled in the 6th Company that borders or connects with 1st Company, 2nd Company, 3rd Company, and 5th Company. So the African Americans settled in the company villages and called themselves Americans.
As we go along, you will hear more about the work of the Americans.
Spoken word, oral tradition, to bring it back is the mission. In this race, take your position. Face to face, let we give them ammunition. The steel, the drums, the heart. Let them feel the power of the rhythm. The rhythm is real. Now is the hour for the power to reveal.
Remember, Americans came in 1815, 16. We still had slavery. Trinidad had just become British in 1797, and these people came, 15, 18 years afterwards. In the height of slavery, and yet you were empowering black people. For me, that is the sense of pride. Yet you were empowering black people. They had already gotten their freedom in America. They had fought for it. Their land was their payment. And here it is that you were giving each family 16 acres of land to do something for themselves. Never mind it was virgin land in uncharted territory. I think that is important. I think that is special.
Let me bring back the drum. Let me bring back the rhythm, them. Let me bring down the drum. Americans bring down the rhythm, them. Let me bring down the drum. Let me bring for the rhythm.
Nicole Cooper. I'm a Cooper, but I'm from the Elliott and Floyd clan. Thank you. Elliott. Floyd, yes.
I pray on the plantation in the sun and rain from the whip my body in pain. They changed me name to that of the European people. And since then, my life is a struggle. But I'm ending woman.
It's around 1816 when we came. Slavery was still going on in Trinidad. Slavery was still in the Caribbean. So for us, we were like isolated from, you know, the population of people, the slaves from the plantations. We were isolated. However, it was good for us because we see ourselves as free men and women, and we were entrepreneurs. We were, you know, farmers and carpenters, and we were processing foods, drying our meat, processing our meat. We were hunters, and that, you know, that part of history really, really helped us to contribute to Trinidad and Tobago. Our ancestors really, really did work hard, really evolve from one level to another and give back to Trinidad and Tobago. There are a lot of things that we endure and a lot of things we fought for. We wanted our schools, we wanted our churches, we created churches, and that was one of our skills. A lot of Americans are preachers and teachers and healers and leaders who developed the American community to what it is today. And that is what I say about a great people, a resilient people.
Proud and free is how I used to be. Till the Europeans came and captured me. Across the sea to different lands, they enslaved and put me. To preserve the reserve, build their economy. I'm mending no man. I'm a roots man, one loving man. I know what this is.
We could sit here now and know that we're proud to be American.
Oh, I am very proud to be American. I know that my foreparents fought for our freedom and some died, and I'm very proud.
We stand tall because we stand on the backs of our ancestors.
These words that you hear were intended for your ear. Now, I don't want to hear that you're living in fear. I'm a little youth man, black and proud. I'm living in the ghetto and we do first no wrong. Checking words and meaning as we go along the way, but when we meet the word black, I get power, as I say, Mr. Oxford. I say you better think back. You want to know the definition meaning of black, Mr. Oxford? I tell you here what we say. You have to write a dictionary over today. Now, black is beautiful. We acknowledge that through the cradle of times, you try to hide that, but black is the writing on the wall. Moses, Abraham, David, and all, even Daniel in the lion's den, my friend, that is black heritage. We just teach you again. Black is the night, green is the grass, blue is the water when the sunlight pass, brown is the ground that we standing on, but black is the liquid that you draw from the brown to keep the energy in a city and it tongues of Mr. Oxford. I say you better think back. We want to know the definition meaning of black, Mr. Oxford. I tell you here what we say. You have to write a dictionary over today. Now we see him through the valley, we see him through the plain, we see him on the mountaintop once more again. Now we know for sure what he's searching for is the black box with documents safe and secure. Black is the tar that was spread on the ground when Sir Walter Raleigh he said was gold all around. See them rushing from the north, they're rushing from the south. It's the black gold Sir Walter was talking about. Black is the berry that the place on your phone, no matter where it go, it must come back home. Black is the darker that you place on your eye, so the ray of the sun wouldn't damage your eye. It could have never. So hear this now. B is for the beauty that we behold. L is for the love that linger in the soul. A is for the Almighty that is above. C is for the Christ that care for love. And K is for the King that sit on the throne. So Mr. Oxford, I say you better think back. And now show the definition meaning of black.
Jacqueline Othello Frederick from the Othello family up at Robert Village in Tableland. Right, we are from the Independent Baptist Missionary Union.
Say free. I wanna be free. Say free. Say free. 7 miles of black star line are across the distant seas. In Africa, Ethiopian, No, we will be 7 miles of black star line or across the distant seas. In Africa, you know we will be in Africa. How many know them black history? Look at Babylon, hide the truth from we. Free the black man, rights and equality. To we birthright, vine and fig tree. In this and love, it's black supremacy. Who is greater than the universally, internationally? How pleasant it is to dwell in unity. Trust in the Lord, we must cross the sea. Free, we must be free. Free, we must be free. Say free. Stay free. 7 miles of black star line are across the distances. In Africa, Ethiopian, no, you will be so. Know thyself, seek thyself, confronting and solving your problems, achieving your fullness, your children. Just with the spiritual, we must face them. Higher level, go your culture, embrace them. Onto Zion, black star line, now we are sailing. No more pain, the triumph is falling. 7 miles. And give thanks for that, right? And I hope all they understand. Free, we must be free. Each one of us.
I am Akila Jaramugi, and I am a proud descendant of the American people.
Our country faces its darkest hour, and our people need us today. But in our fight to recover, if ever you feel to surrender, in our one look.
I'm really very proud to be a descendant of the American. And I feel it especially when I meet people who would walk up to me and say, I'm a Jackson, I'm a Huggins, I'm American, because it means so much. It's a sense of identity and a sense of community.
My sons and my daughters, to you I plead, don't get no horrors, please take heed. You don't need no sermon, but my admonition is to guide you against all the evils of life that create strife and destroy life. Walk cautiously, children, be alert. You have an enemy roaming the earth. I know you're young and restless, but you don't have to be careless. Sober thinking lead on to righteousness, true happiness, spiritual bliss. That's why I tell you this. Watch out, my children. Watch out, my children. It have a fella called Lucifer with a bag of white powder. Well, he don't want to powder your face, but to bring shame and disgrace to the human race. No, Dr. Clark is the person that I choose. The way she eating the corn soup like she get confused. But that is all right. Tonight that is a delight. And we are just to make it right. Just like dynamite. How will you sing for spite? Sing with all your might. Watch out. Oh, watch out. It have a fella called Lucifer with a bag of white powder. Well, he don't want but to bring. Do that again. Watch out, my children. Watch out, my. It have a fella called Lucifer with a bag of white powder. And he don't want to powder your face, but to bring shame and disgrace to the human
and the Newtons and Nelsons and Braytons.
Way back in history, the records are there for all to see. Authors of civilization, science, technology. world leaders in medicine, astronomy, arts, philosophy, culture, religion, and all facets of life. Can't you see? The middle passage, it couldn't stop. Excellence rising to the top. As inventions kept coming and coming and coming non-stop. The light bulb, telegraph, clothes dryer, bread bank, and the elevator. Cell phones, AC, fire extinguisher, and hundreds more to make life better. So hear me now, Black Lives Matter is not a catchphrase or a slogan, or just some slang that I use. Black Lives Matter, you can use it or refuse it or condemn it, however you choose. Just remember the Black Lives Matter.
I'm Nelson Lawrence. I live right down the hill there. That's the third company.
Pum pum, pum pum, pum pum. Well, this one is the way it goes. Get the first model a round of applause. As a matter of fact, you notice the gentleman dressed in black. But I'm sure you will agree, the clothing represents his ethnicity. And this one is a worthy cause. Get the gentleman a next round of applause. Pum pum, pum pum, pum pum. Pum pum, pum pum, pum pum. Well. I can right now analyze. It's time to give these people the prize. I don't know who judging this. I don't know now it's a rough business. Make some noise and let we die. Because we haven't a nice time. Clap your hand and let we sing. Just how American do the thing. Pum pum, pum pum, pum pum. Well. I'm not holding any grudges, but outside I see them selling fudges. It's time to call the judges. I hope nobody yet took no grudges. Judges, now the decision is yours, and this is a worthy cause. So I don't know who at fault. Time to bring the fashion results. Pum pum, pum pum, pum pum. Where are you? Pum pum, pum pum, pum pum, hooray.
Lizzie Ann Piper, third company, but I live in the Trace Perry Road.
Morning, Jaja, morning. Morning, Jaja, morning. Good morning, Jaja, morning. Morning, Jaja, morning. Good morning, Jaja, morning. Good morning, Jaja, morning. You see, they keep on pushing the masses away. They keep on pushing. Man, they're leading the children astray. The things they do and they say today, they're really confusing the children and say, you better be careful this time around because there's too much evil coming down. Morning, Jaja, morning. Good morning, Jaja, morning. Good morning, Jaja, morning. Good morning, Jaja, morning. He made it all. Jaja made it all for us all. He made it all. Yes, he made it all. He made everything.
It is a phenomenal moment. And it is phenomenal because all my life, growing up in Faisabad, I've heard about Americans because I know about Mandingo Road, about Robert Village. By the way, Mandingo Road is reputed to have the best bush rum in the country. And as president, I'm not supposed to be saying this. I know all about hard bargain and Indian war. Basically, in fact, what we are trying to emphasize is that the philosophy of the American is something that goes beyond political parties, that goes beyond cultural nuances. Because in my short space of time, in dealing with Americans personally, you all are a proud people.
I'm Lady V, and I hope you enjoyed the ride. Remember, you need to subscribe, like, and share to keep the culture alive. I'll catch you at the next pit stop.
The American Foundation is working tirelessly to really promote the American agenda in Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, it's a place that they call Mang. 6 companies, village, mountain, Jew land. The smallest child in this village, drinking bush rum like porridge, and they like to brawl. If you hit one man, you hit all. Piper, Jack and Singer Cooper, sign one eye, and Peter July. Alman, Popolin and Norman, from the mountain Jew gang in the man.
That be who manufacture rum and the like, they make a pound or crown out of that. But the Babash, to the best of my memory, I heard about the first drop. The first drop I heard was very good as a good liniment, if I'm not mistaken. And what pains me is that things like Wei was a gambling thing that was done in the bushes. It's now what do you call it? A legal thing. Babash has never had any legality. I am not pushing for it, but what I'm saying is this: the white rum. Yeah, So fundamentally, there's a things that are attached that white people dare not mention it, but for the sake of mentioning it. But there we go. It was a major part of the culture. And but as a liniment, I know that first drop, many people have survived their what they call it, their arthritic pain and inflammation, etc.
So for us, we would call the first drop first crack. And first crack, we'll use the first crack, we'll put square camphor and drop some coconut oil in it. And you'd make medicine for healing, for arthritis, and for pain in the legs and so on. Yeah, so we would make medicine with the first crack rum, and then the second brew is what we'll drink. What the alcoholic beverage of the American people. So that is what they call Babash or Mountain Dew.
Some of them come out from the mountains. Rice shortage did them no harm. Like to ram the crazy arm. When the yams and boil, they start to grind coconut oil. It's quite true, they make great Mountain Dew. Bush gin, whiskey, anything. Charles Paul wanted license and all in the Mountain Dew gang in the man. All right.
See me,
So long you not see me, when you see me, I will take it away. Yeah.
Our ancestors were taken from Africa, different parts of Africa. They were always like folks, overseers, and so on, going in the forest to track down slaves, runaway slaves, with their dogs and their guns. and our ancestors were free moving around. So they had to create a form of identity to say, me American.
God loveth the humble, but the proud do not fall. I'm humble to be American.
I would like to see that our rich American history and legacy in the school books, according to Dr. Eric Williams. And if everybody else could get the history in the books, in the schools of Trinidad and Tobago, why not us Americans that have over 207 years of being in Trinidad and Tobago and little is known about us?
Leave your burden down by the riverside, down by the riverside, down by the riverside. Leave your burden down by the riverside and carry them no more. The river was our comfort. The forest was our sacred space. And from the plantation to freedom, I am calling on Americans far and wide. Come home, wake up.
Trinidad Legacy Stories, The Americans, brought to you by the National Gas Company, at the forefront of energy.
Andrew Downing, George Eliot, and Ezekiel Looney came from Virginia. Charles Ayres came from Maryland, while Peter Floyd and Sable Atwater came from Georgia. I am Lisa Atwater, sixth-generation descendant of Sable Atwater, proud American. Our story goes back to the War of 1812. It's sometimes called the War of Faulty Communication. It was a war fought between ex-colonial master, meaning Great Britain, and ex-colony, United States of America. Britain needed to arm her war effort, and she encouraged ex-slaves to run away from their masters. Britain lost the war, and in losing the war, she had to find somewhere. To place these men whom she had armed as part of her war effort. Of course, there was cause for concern because Trinidad was a fairly young plantation economy, and here you were bringing in people with military experience into Trinidad, into a slave environment, into a slave society, but they were coming as free men and women to chart their own destiny. So they arrived in Trinidad in batches of companies. They had to build their own homes. They built the Moruga Road that we still use today. They were responsible for trying and diversifying our economy in terms of planting food crops that they sold at Princeton Market and certainly sustained themselves. They were responsible for bringing the Moruga Hill Rise that is very popular today. It has endured more than 2 centuries of being here. They were responsible for bringing the Baptist religion to Trinidad. We are on site here at 5th Company Baptist Church. 5th Company Baptist Church has the distinction of being the oldest Baptist church in Trinidad and Tobago. When I think about American tradition, I think of the value of the oral tradition. Over the years, you have found that both descendants of Americans and people from the outside were fascinated with this idea of slaves becoming soldiers and then becoming settlers. We have many people who have written stuff that has enriched and certainly provided a storehouse of information on American identity, American history, American contribution. And we also have the work done by Alfred Boise Huggins from Indian War. He wrote Saga of the Companies. That was an early piece of work that has since been revised on 2 occasions by his children, and it gives a comprehensive analysis of the company villages and the practices within the company villages.
Although the Americans developed a reputation for being hard and productive workers, given their origins, color, and occupations, they were classed by the wider society as only a narrow step removed from being slaves. In adapting to the framework and social isolation, and within the boundaries of their communities, they cultivated an individualistic and militant independence for which they became notorious. My sisters and I, we began to update the book. Just a project that we thought that we would do, let's update this book. And with a sense of getting it into the school system, that we thought that the children in the Moruga area should know their history. Looking at the history and reading it and listening to it, listening to the stories, I became really very engrossed in history. And I would be introduced to names, the Jacksons, the Loneys, etc. And I'd be told that they were Americans, they were your family too. And the story of the Americans, and that really excited me as to know what it was all about. Local history is really very important. It is important to know that, my name, Cooper or Jackson or Ayers, or whatever my name is, Bobcom, whatever the name is, that person survived even though the circumstances were not good. And it therefore gives me that pride and that sense of, something, if they could do it, I can do it too. I presume the values, one of survival, the one of leadership, the one of, in spite of it all, how difficult the circumstances are, I would survive. It's powerful. And that's what makes me American.
Trinidad Legacy Stories, The Americans, brought to you by the National Gas Company at the forefront of energy. Trinidad Legacy Stories, The Americans, brought to you by the National Gas Company at the forefront of energy.
If you come into Sixth Company, you can ask anybody, where's McNish Road? My name is Courtney Arthur McNish. I am a 6th generation direct descendant of the American clan. In the year 1816, a group of Black Americans named McNish came from the Crooked River in the Camden, which is the Atlantic seaboard of America at that point in time, and joined the Corps of Soldiers fighting for the British against the United States of America. Over the years, the Americans, and particularly the McNish family, have had significant contributions to the development of Trinidad and Tobago. Dr. David Tobey, his mother was Molly McNish, born right here. Aunt Althea left Trinidad and Tobago when she was about 16 or 17. She designed fabric for royalties all over Europe. She received an honorary doctorate from the University of Trinidad and Tobago. Unfortunately, as the matriarch of the family, she died just in 2019, and we have begun to establish the McNish Trust, so her copyrights for all her work will now be held by the trust so the people of Trinidad and Tobago can have access to, as well as people the world over. Having a document that traces how your family came here, how it has developed and grown, and where they are, it binds and it creates a sense of belonging. My great-great-great-great-grandfather was Polido or Pablo Macnish. She was born in Africa in 1780. He came here with his wife, Nancy. Nancy was American-born. His son, Adam had a son called Joseph. These lands are now held in Joseph's name. And my grandmother, Phoebe, was indeed one of the daughters of Joseph. That document continues to bind all family members together. Where we are sitting now doing this interview is considered the center of the Macnish clan. And family is extremely important to us.
What I'm particularly proud of is the notion that we arrived in this space as free people, free men. I think we started from a different space, you know. As a result, you know, I see a lot of us professionals, certainly great citizens contributing to this space.
Curtis! How things?
What's up, guys?
Curtis, my brother, who I must pay a lot of tribute to, pushed me and pushed us, members of the Macnish family, to establish the American Commission.
It's very important to keep my American heritage alive because I knew all what my ancestors went through to get here. I started the American Commission in actually 2015.
So the American Commission has three broad roles. We seek to unify all the American groups. We focus on helping people regularize their land tenures. We are prominent in recognizing and rewarding Americans for their contributions to Trinidad and Tobago.
I'm absolutely proud of this generation, the generation behind us. I just want to, you know, ensure that we keep on moving up and build on that legacy.
I also want to challenge us to pass the information on to our children, because I say that, you know, our children do not know very much about it.
We belong to a group, a family group that is well defined and know their history and know their heritage. What makes me American strong is my heritage. If you know your heritage and you appreciate your heritage, then you are beginning to develop a foundation. And I wish many American and also non-American families could sit down, take the time, and trace back their roots from whence they came.
Trinidad Legacy Stories, The Americans, brought to you by the National Gas Company at the forefront of energy. Trinidad Legacy Stories, The Americans, brought to you by the National Gas Company at the forefront of energy.
When the Corps of Colonial Marines, ex-soldiers from the War of 1812, arrived in Trinidad, they came in battalions of 6 companies, just as they were recruited for the War of 1812, and they were settled in what is present-day Moruga Road, off on the outskirts of Princestown. The head of each household received 16 acres of land as payment for their war effort. We had first company is present-day Hindustan area. Second company, who for many years people thought was lost at sea, is really present-day Pitty Cafe and Matilda area. Third company is a street in Indian Walk, but Indian Walk is really third company. Fourth company was settled in Hardbagging area, Williamsville. They later moved because they complained about the quality of the land that they had gotten. They said they got a hard bargain and they were moved to New Grand, so hence the reason for the name New Grand. Fifth and sixth companies have retained their original names and, of course, their original settlement. One of the legal challenges that we will have at present is the fact that deeds from that time period seem to be missing. Red House fire in 1903 that came off of the water riots, where a lot of documents would have perished in that fire. However, cadastral plans for the various areas still carry the names of the original settlers. There have been people who have been occupying their ancestral lands from that time till now. They are occupying, but in a lot of instances, they do not have the legal title. So I've spoken about our challenges, and we have challenges as everything else in life, but we also have hope. We also have success stories. There are people who are using their land, even up to today, to make sure that they maintain a livelihood.
This evening's dinner will be traditional American food, smoked saltfish with green bananas, what we call green fig.
I am Marva Sandy, American descendant from both my parents. The American Farmers Market was a brainchild of mine. We call it American Farmers Market because it's involved Americans. We target the farmers and ladies who make their bread and do the home gardening and do arts and crafts and things, to come to the market to sell the thing, to create employment for people, create entrepreneurs, keep the legacy going, because that is how Americans lived.
Americans had to feed themselves. The land was their source of food. In the same vein, they made sure and passed on parcels of land to their descendants. They passed on land to their churches. Fifth Company Baptist Church is a good example. Coffee Babcock, an original settler, he donated land to the community where Fifth Company Baptist Church is housed. Third Company is another example. Western, an original settler, he donated land also to the church for the erection of their church.
I have a great sense of pride knowing that my ancestors gave the lands for the church. It's like a light that continues to burn, because regardless if one generation goes, the church actually provides burial spot for additional generations to come. And it actually provides us with a sense of legacy that even the younger generation coming forward would actually know that their foreparents actually gave the land for a specific purpose, and still today it meets a specific needs. As American descendant, owning land for me is a sense of recognition for the sacrifice I think that my ancestors would have made in some of them losing their lives and giving us the opportunity to now to be some of the first Black landowners in Trinidad. So I feel that is a great sense of pride, being a landowner. Yeah, what makes me American proud is the sense that my ancestors, some of them gave their life, some of them gave their blood, their sweat, in order for us today to become some of the first Black landowners in Trinidad and Tobago. And for me, I think that that is one of the greatest beacon and light that they actually shine upon us, because even when slavery was not abolished in Trinidad and Tobago, our ancestors paved the way for us to be the first Black landowners in Trinidad and Tobago.
Trinidad Legacy Stories, The Americans, brought to you by the National Gas Company, at the forefront of energy.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Bernadette Alves-Pierre. I am the Education and Research Officer of the American Incorporated Heritage Foundation, sorry.
Greetings, everyone. I am Akila Jaramugi, Managing Director of the American Heritage Foundation.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Marva Sandy. I'm one of the directors of the American Heritage Foundation.
Pleasant evening, everyone. My name is Kerwin Callender, Director of the American Heritage Foundation.
Good evening, everyone. I am Don Cummings, a director in the American Heritage Foundation.
Yes, it's a pleasure for me to advertise our book here that will be used in Trinidad and Tobago and around the world to tell the story of the Americans. The book, The Americans, The Forgotten Freedom Fighters in the War of 1812, was written by Tina Maria Dunkley upon request of members of the American Heritage Foundation. In Trinidad here, we found it necessary to have a tool that can be placed in the schools and even within the community, something that can be used to educate the people about their history, something that can be used at all levels. And this book certainly is the package that we were waiting for.
This book represents an effort to make known a very important lost chapter in the history of Africans in the Western Hemisphere. It is a story that is only beginning to be told 200 years after the actual events. By sharing this harrowing tale of people who risked their lives to be free from the tyranny of slavery, they will never be forgotten.
Good evening again to all. It's indeed a pleasure for us as a group, as a legacy of the American, our foreparents, who labored in the vineyard in Trinidad in the earlys. We are proud and we know that the impact we have already made, this year being our bicentennial year, the year which highlights the critical area of our being here. We have had the youth coming on board and we have labored to prepare a beautiful layout of calendar of events, which would impact not just on our community for this year, but it would impact on the schools. We have had a first event at the Fourth Company Church, which was magnificent. And as we continue, we have had the assistance from corporate personnel. I pray that you all will abide with us, and by the time the year is ended, we would have gotten through, and this book that have just been written will be one of a breakthrough unprecedented in the legacy of the Americans, which will be to the economic and the spiritual well-being of not just the community, but our country and even internationally at large. We thank you for your cooperation.
All right. Yes.
Now, you can view stick fighting. Now, contrary to popular belief, stick fighting was really an entity that was first done by our African foreparents. And what is interesting with stick fighting is that it has become of age now, where it is yet to be enlisted as a martial art program in the Olympics. And there's some level of heated discussion. And I am positive that you all would be well aware. It's an eye-opener now. Of course, we know that there are serious martial art programs, even some boxers and even our cricketers where they have the head guard. And people seem very much concerned as to when a person's head becomes, what wound? Busted, you see? Busted. I bust a man's head and everything, But to be serious, we in Trinidad, we have a lot of colloquial expressions. But the fact is this, that it is a serious matter. And even our very program, the American Heritage Program, we have co-opted persons who are practitioners of this field. And we are convinced that come next, not Olympics, maybe, or maybe next two Olympics, we believe strongly that we can impact not just in Trinidad, but even firstly, our national sporting organization. We don't want people to refer to this, what's it, stick fighting as a taboo. It is a very well-respected program. And we want to ensure that our sporting bodies, our Ministry of Sport, and our colleagues have that respect for us. We are persuaded that we can, in fact, make certain that we have policies and rules that can facilitate the development of this treasured and sacred art. And we know that our stay is not long, but I would want to leave a message. We have now planted a seed to ensure that our youths would take this program, and I understand that there are persons who are doing experiments to ensure that the gears that are used for people's body can be of such. What is, I mean, a driver driving a car on a sporting field, there's no difference. He can crash and die, God forbid. We feel and we believe strongly that stick fighting, not just indigenous to Trinidad, but is indigenous to our foreparents. And we are convinced that apart from being maybe people in the Gaia, and you drink your rum, etc., etc. But we know there's more to it than that. I trust, on a serious note, that we would collectively undertake the pursuit to make sure that stick fighting is not just left by the wayside, but our heroes who have left, who are there, maybe economically they are down. We are hoping by the end of this year that we, as a small group, our American legacy, would facilitate, and we thank our dear sister for ensuring that this book is well prepared, it's state-of-the-art material. And we know that this small gathering here, we assure you, and the world at large, we know we've got social network now. We want to spread the message throughout the world, universally, that stick fighting is no longer to be hidden under the bushel, but stick fighting would rise to be a sporting event that we of the African legacy would be proud of. We thank you for your consideration.
The American Heritage Foundation continues to celebrate activities for this bicentennial year. Coming up in June on the 11th, we are going to be celebrating our elders as well as our juniors. We will be having a Mr. and Miss American Heritage Foundation fashion show, and we are going to be celebrating our elders. The young people will be showcasing various countries in Africa. They will be given skits to perform. They will be performing dances, songs, and showcasing all of their rich cultural heritage. This takes place at St. Stephen's College in Princestown on the 11th of June. So we're inviting you to come on out and give us your full support.
American Heritage Foundation continues our bicentennial celebration by visiting New York City. There we will be meeting and greeting with other Americans who live there. They are all excited to have us there at a planned party. It's an annual event, but they will be hosting us as Americans at this particular event. Part proceeds will be given to the American Heritage Foundation to continue our drive with our students and all our educational activities. This event will be held on the 26th of June, 2016, in the city of New York. So all those who can attend, we will be happy to have you come and celebrate with us in New York City. Good. Thank you.
Another exciting event coming up in the company villages would be our American Symposium. This symposium will be held on the 18th of August 2016 at Nia Valley. In 2014, we had a similar symposium, which was quite a success. And again, by public demand, we will be hosting this exciting event where we will be having speakers from different levels of society, contributors from the American community, and also author Tina Dunkley will be visiting, as well as John Weiss, to be part of this celebration. Following that celebration, we will be going to Suriname to the Maroon Festival in October. So it's a handful, a lot of work for us for this 2016 event. Yeah, as we celebrate our 200th anniversary, we take a team to Suriname from the 6th to the 13th of October 2016. So for more information, you can contact Marva Sandy, Akila Jaramugi, Kerwin Calendar, and others from the American Heritage Foundation. Thanks.
All right. Good evening. This is Junior Bisnat, in charge of the Kaisoka Mokojambis. Junior and his group, Kaisoka Mokojambis, will be with the Americans in all the events that is coming, especially on the 11th in St. Stephen's College in Princeton. Look out for the Kaisoka Mokojambis to be present, and we will be doing a lot of workshops all over the Princeton, the 6th company, 5th company area. So we're looking out for all the youths in the area to come out and be a part of this historical moment.
Village, Mountain Dew land. The smallest child in this village, drinking bush rum like porridge, and they like to brawl. If you hit one man, you hit all. Piper, Jack and Singer Cooper, Sign One Eye, and Peter July. Alman, Popolin and Norman, from the Mountain Dew gang in the man.
Right. Well, you know. Okay. Pleasant good day to all. My name is Kerwin Calendar. Our specific purpose is to undertake an overview of our American legacy, the American. Some may or may not have known, so I think I better do a quick introduction. Americans, they are our foreparents who came to our country in and around 1816. They fought in the war for the British and American soil in 1812. And their history is there for us, obviously. However, when they came to the Caribbean, they were tucked here, not far from where I am here right now. They were tucked in the company back then wasn't company, was just forested areas. And they were out there. And where I'm standing here is a very significant area. This is an area just off Princestown, and just approximately 70 meters or 60 meters away from me is a Matilda, the famous sign, Matilda. I think in a while you will see it, Matilda. You will see Matilda. And what is happening to the right of Matilda, would be the area just not far from the company, 3rd Company and 6th Company village. However, if you were to look at Matilda's sign squarely, beyond that sign is the east, where we would be going somewhere up to New Grant area. However, when our foreparents came here, they were sent, and here was John Road area. And what is nice about here, I see him panning there, and I think behind this house here, somewhere bare beyond there, will be what we refer to as 3rd Company. You can't see it because of the housing development, but it's way beyond. And if we could have our what we say, our good glasses, or binary glasses, we are going to see Moruga and that area. Okay, you are looking back at me. All right. And maybe this won't interest you. However, back with me here right now. So we are actually going to make a quick trip. Firstly, you saw the material sign, and we are going to veer right and go into 3rd Company. And from 3rd Company, we are going to go into the 5th Company area, and also alongside 3rd Company, beyond 3rd Company and the left, we are going to 6th Company. But as they've just been discussing, we have had migration taking places. Apart from these company villages I have just mentioned, we also have the 4th Company. And to my left is 4th Company. If you were to go in a perpendicular, it's somewhere about maybe 8 miles. We cannot see because of the houses. We cannot see, but it's way beyond those houses there. Modern development. However, as we continue, we are sure to ensure that whatever had transpires, we are going to deal squarely with the route towards 3rd Company, and then 6th Company and 5th Company. If time will permit, 4th Company will be part of our journey. However, also what we discovered that an important area in 3rd Company is on Fort George Road, where a bridge was burnt approximately 3 miles up. And this bridge was a very, very prominent bridge in our foreparents' days. There was actually baptism taking place there. And I should say that our foreparents, they were Bible-believing people. They were very spiritual in nature. And one of the products they planted among several was hill rice. And as a matter of fact, they are about reactivating this product. And as we speak here, just a few weeks ago, there was a very healthy reaping of hill rice on the plantation that was actually utilized by deceased Ebenezer Elliott, commonly referred to as Papa Neezer, right? A man, God bless his soul, a healer of greatest renown. In a while, again, if time permits, this is one of the areas we would obviously see. And we are hoping that whatever comes about with our journey today, it will be done to the benefit of the American community, not just simply for fun, but from a spiritual and also from an economic perspective, where we hope to guarantee the youth that if they were to take up the challenge of the future, we are just 5 days or so away from 2017, it is. We are hoping that these next 5 days, whatever transpires, people will be in serious thought about tomorrow. And we are hoping also that apart from the hill rice, the cocoa estates will be utilized, and we are about to embark on projects that would fascinate us. We must find some way to have our youth become part. It is written right now, so let's cut right now. Thank you for your attention. All right, this is Perry-Young. This is a very favorite location. And what is interesting, it is The address is really Indian Walk Village, Moruga Road. This building, as it stands, to me, it has never been really painted as such. And I can recall 60 plus years ago when our grandparents would have sent their $2.50 or 50 cents thereabout to be paid at this building here to ensure that their card is updated. So when they shall have died, what will happen is that the monies will be paid for. Generally, Armor Funeral Home, located at Princestown, just before the fire station, was the burial undertaker or the burial parlor or the funeral agency. What's interesting too, Mr. Armour was in fact also American, right? So you can pass, children. You are part of the thing here. So Perry-Young really is address Indian Walk Village, Moruga Road, opposite the Indian Walk Cemetery. And this road leads you onto St. Cross Road, Princestown. And when you turn right into St. Cross, approximately a mile and a half, a mile and a quarter, you would reach into Princestown. However, I'm not through with the building. The building long ago is a building, I mean, I'm 67. We used to have all the little programs, little parties and things, you know. You have your wedding ceremonies, birthday ceremonies. You know, it was a very much live and going building. Now you have larger premises downtown. But this building was very much a multi-purpose building. And as a matter of fact, I came here, there is some American ladies in the village here who host a program here every month. It's for women without men. How I put it? I think women, something like that. Women, single women meeting or conference, something to that effect. Yeah. But they but what is interesting, anyone my kind of age or thereabout would remember this building being a building of worth. And our grandparents, great-grandparents, made sure that their cards are paid up. And it's a cooperative society, as a matter of fact. We don't talk about the credit union. But again, if we were to look at the credit union, this seems to be a predecessor of the credit union. You know, matters like Susu, or, you know, so those people would have done their work, God rest their soul. So here it is, this building, again, too, referred to as the Indian Walk Lodge. To the front, if you go to the front, you may see some signage at the front. I said Indian Walk Society. But you know something, this brings to mind something. Many people ask them, what is the name of this building? They will say, the Indian Walk Society building. You know what? Look at it carefully. It's Indian Walk Death Benevolent. And benevolent doesn't interpret as it's benevolent. Love, be loved, be benevolent. Yeah, Indian Walk Death. So it means that our foreparents made sure, as I told you a while ago, and it's a friendly society. And it would be interesting to get the particular information. Established in 1930. Yes, in 1933. Could you imagine? The war days and things, you know? But those people were mindful of their death. This is what many of us maybe today are not. But this building means very dear to us. And we were thinking very seriously to ensure that what we can do to facilitate goodwill with this building, with this state, and maybe the community. So let's hope that whatever is done will be done to the benefit. It's interesting. The Americans were part of the embryonic stage, and we would hope that good sense will prevail and our due will be given. You know, okay? So thank you. Yeah. She coming?
Yeah,
oh gosh.
And this is Othello.
Yes.
So Coed, yes. So you know the American family?
American family.
Right. So I'm Jacqueline Othello Frederick from.
Tell him.
Jacqueline Othello Frederick from the Othello family up at Robert Village in Tableland. Right. We are from the Independent Baptist Missionary Union, Little Jerusalem. Yes, Little Jerusalem Independent Baptist Church. So we are grateful to associate with Kerwin and the rest of the American family in Indian Walk and Fifth Company.
As a matter of fact, what's interesting, Reverend Fitzroy Richardson, we had a very beautiful program, my friend and myself, Mr. Hollis Gifton, one of our most prominent videographers, right? We had a very interesting program on his birth date, the 5th of this month.
Okay.
If you were to go into YouTube, American Heritage Foundation, American 2016, Reverend Fitzroy Richardson, you're going to see. And 108 years old. Wow. And what is interesting, he was born in Tableland. Right. Come and share. Yeah. He is very much up and going now. Last time we thought he was heading down, but then his daughter told me, Brenda, he's very
active and
very active.
Very alive.
Right. All right. Now she has already given an introduction. She's part of the American clan.
And now we're going to introduce Rhonda Placid.
Yes, my grandmother was a Jackson.
Right?
Yes.
Right. And you are telling me the Placid family? Okay.
Yes. My mom is a Placid and my father is from the Jackson family.
Right, and they're the whole Mount Elvin
Yes.
and Clang and Princeton Baptist family.
Let me plug in this here one time. Her aunt, Josephine Placid, was the first and only member of the Baptist Union of Trinidad and Tobago to become a qualified female in the fraternity of theology at the Calabash College in Jamaica. As a matter of fact, she is now currently the pastor, but you know, the men have not given much attention to what the women been. So there's still this problem of, I say it on the air to you, I want people to understand, she has done so much, I'm going to say your woman service, but that's your woman service to the fraternity at Mount Elvin Baptist. She has really brought them from an era of what they were to now. And what's interesting too, the very first, now Mount Elvin Baptist is not far from Dunmore Hill. And that is when you go in the 6th Company Village, you veer right, about a quarter mile thereabout. What is very interesting, the very first occasion, very first program in Trinidad and Tobago was held under the auspices of Mr. deceased journalist, Mr. John Hackshaw, Mayor John Hackshaw, right? And that was in 1979, 89, right? But what is very interesting is that church was hosted the program, and we had many people. Some people were in their 90s and near 100, and we had people like deceased Franklin Thompson who also wrote books. What is more important is that her auntie has kept the banner going. The church has grown physically and in people. The stature, the spiritual development has been enormous, and also the burial tomb for Amphi is believed to be at the back there. And I promised her to come to that church, to go behind there with my boots and help to locate it. There's so much to do. And I need to do so much before I die. Okay. You know? So I thank you all.
Yeah, it was nice being
It was very much divine for you all to show up. It is God's work. So God's
continually good work. So we have to keep the history alive.
All right. And I tell you, go on to YouTube, you're going to see everything.
Okay.
And let's thank our dear friend, videographer, Sir Hollis Gifton. I just called him this morning a few hours ago.
Right, excellent.
He left his family. Right. So here we are, doing the Americans' work,
right.
Our work.
Great.
Thank you, sisters.
Okay, right. Okay, bye, Hollis. Bye.
Bye. Okay, we are standing in front of Mount Pleasant Baptist Church. It's a church actually that is special to the Baptist community, the Baptist Union of Trinidad and Tobago. Although, as I mentioned before, the first influence of the BUTT, the Baptist Union of Trinidad and Tobago, was influenced by the British personnel who came here in Trinidad in 1840s. But our foreparents were already here as Baptists. Most of them remained independent. But this church, even though they were under the influence to some extent of the BUTT and influenced by the Baptist Missionary Society of England, they were very much independently structured. In other words, they maintained a lot of the original aspect of chanting. That was lovely. And more importantly, we had people like Reverend Charlie Dixon, and they exercised their rights to be baptized in the running water, rivers or streams around here. Actually, that was very interesting. I remember as a young man going to this baptism. It was very much spiritually rewarding. The church, as you see it right now, has evolved into this monumental state-of-the-art structure. I could recall some 10, 15 years ago, there was a simple church, and even prior to that, yet still. But more importantly, you would like to know of a gentleman whose tombstone we just saw there, that is Ebenezer Elliott. He died at 68 years old. Okay, most of you wouldn't know who I'm speaking about now. I will let you secret out. He's better known as Papa Nisa. Papa Nisa was a deacon of this church. And as a matter of fact, he was a very much Bible-believing man. But we know his gifting, we wouldn't go into it exclusively right now. He was a man whom I really sought to do a lot of my personal investigation. I could recall a few years ago, even after his death, I interviewed persons who were well older than him, and they informed me that he was very much into healing people. And we don't look at the negative aspect, but the man was a man of value. He would go and pluck the herbs from the garden and from outside and make sure that people were healed. Give him that. More so, he was a deacon of this church. And as you see, one thing with this church, and like many of the churches, at Ford Company, at Third Company, whether it's Independence or BUTT, you know, the churches, their burial facility, the burial system, the burial ground was almost in the yard. Watch it. Look at the church. A tombstone here, right? A tombstone is here, right? And if you look at Papa Nisa tombstone, is within the enclosure of the church. So could you imagine, right? We see here another one. All of these are Deacon Phillips Hills, right? These, if you observe, all these are names in the American area. So what we are seeing here, we are seeing a live project, a program. Could you imagine? This man was born in 1920, okay? And we go on, we'll see people who were born in the 18 something. So what is happening is that we are, even though we have evolved to this era, we have things like our bell chapel, the bell building, you know. If you see, they have used the former piece, the former area, the former pattern. As a matter of fact, I think it's almost the same, yeah, little or more, yeah, it's almost the same thing. The top portion, they have tried to maintain the originality. Well, there was in fact a landslide there, and the landslide had threatened the tombstones here. And for some years, as a matter of fact, the pastor told me he had a real run with them, with the authorities, to ensure that that landslide was fixed properly. So now we see there seems to be some measure of stability. So it may mean that we wouldn't lose, we wouldn't have lost, we may have lost some of the contours of the original tombstone, but somehow to some extent they're intact. So here we are, and here we are, and here we are. The closest, one of the closest is Papa Nisa's. As you see, it's right here. It's in gold plated, but the name is to be sorted out. So right now they're doing the finishing touches, and the pastor has told me that in the next few weeks, they are going to, they're about, they're going to have a dedication. And this is going to be very much a dedication I just look forward for in the Baptist Union of Trinidad and Tobago circles, and more so the community of the Americans. So much for this church here, and they continue to strive, and they were a mixture of both the independent, literally, and the BUTT. I am from the Princeton Church, and we used to be referred to as the London Baptist, you know, very conservative in nature. But as time went by, we were transformed into meeting people halfway, and now we have a mixture. But we still do all the songs in our songs like Leave Your Burdens, and you know, climbing up the mountain, you know, going on my knees, you know. Those songs are songs, all those Negro spirituals you hear about, they were coined and brought here by our foreparents. But every town Bacon Highway will say, I mean, in a good way, we're happy. But give us some credit. Our foreparents, actually, those songs were developed sometimes based on their problems they encountered while working. There was no electricity, maybe mosquito biting, and you were under threat, etc. Not just in Trinidad, but we had counterparts. As I've traveled with my colleagues, we had counterparts. We have counterparts in Suriname, counterparts in other parts of the Caribbean. I mean, maybe that will take another issue, another area of compilation. But I'm telling you, all over the place, we've had people. Those in Suriname had a more difficult time, than even us. We were placed here and tucked here. And when we came here, while there was slavery going on, there was no telephone. Thank God Alexander Graham Bell didn't have his telephone up and going as yet. So we mean that we were tucked in this area here, tucked to my right there in 6th Company beyond there, and then way 4th Company on the other side. So there was no way of us realizing that actually there was slavery. We had to labor in the vineyard, but these people were able to stabilize themselves, had their church, bury their people. It's mind-boggling. So maybe sometime in the future, we may do a detailed project. This is just temporarily. 4 hours and 4 days and 4 hours for 2017. So I think I should cut off here because we've got to finish our trip in a very nice way. Mount Pleasant Church, or otherwise known as Third Company Baptist Church, we bid you bye-bye until next month in January, if God's will. We'll be here for the celebration. May God bless you, Mount Pleasant Baptist Church. Right. So much for that.
Going for George.
Okay, but what do you do on the way to it? Tell us about where we going. Where we passing.
Passing through Fort George, main right here. Passing through Fort George.
You know standard structures on the side?
No. That is an old barrack building on the junction there. That green building, that is one of the oldest. It was a barrack building. They try to keep the structure of the frame, the shape of it, even though they do renovations, but it's still basically the front is green building facing here.
Could you explain the term barrack?
Well, barrack houses where the Chinese shop basically, what they call it Chinese shops. Long ago, we used to call it barrack and Chinese shops.
But
Cohen.
The barrack or the soldiers?
The soldiers, yeah, that's what. Right.
Who resided there? Yeah. Because when you were colonial Mauritius, when they came here, you were very much structured. Very much structured. But with the Fort George colonies, it doesn't seem as though you could have pinpointed where the fort was.
No, I don't know if it had a fort or whatever, but how they get the name.
Yeah.
I never really go into it to find out exactly how they come with the name Fort George.
Because somehow they are missing something in the history. Nobody documented that in the writings. But yes. This was a landslide some time ago.
Yeah, some years ago when it was fixed when Warner and they were in power. Jack Warner was Minister of Works that fixed this.
And you went to work on it?
Yeah, and came and had big ribbon ceremony and all of that drama.
Yes.
So basically, here is family-wise, the Elliots, the Burtons, the Cummins, the Hills.
And the Sutton's right money, the lower down.
Yeah, the American,
American Heritage Foundation.
American Heritage Foundation. We have a few rice farmers in here also. We just passed my cousin's house. He's Mr. John Elliott.
All right, let's put on question. How long is the land?
No, that is not it. It's after the house.
After the house, right. This is where we have stuck to this right about 2 years ago. So, for the person in the Okay. Okay. Right. Okay. What I was saying, the Elliot, because Leonie, she's a granddaughter of Papa Niza, Ebenezer Elliot. And on the right here, this land we're passing, we had a certain ceremony about 2 years ago, approximately. And it's our intention to at least develop, but we develop it based on our ideas. No one person in the project.
All right, you turning left. Because the road on the right is Fort George Main Road, and we're going left to Fort George Branch.
Okay,
Road.
before we turn left, there was information on that hill there.
I don't know anything about that information on that hill.
All right. What I was made to understand, on that hill, they used to have an assembly, a kind of court, where they used to have, when there were problems within the community, that hill was a very much of a...
Is the hill they call Happy Hill?
Happy Hill, yes. It was a hill where they had the assembly and they would have sorted all the business. But right around us now, we have all those American land. Where you are now? Let me go a bit. Right, going left.
What's your name?
There's alcohol there. Yeah.
He's everything. He's one of these partners too.
Oh gosh, boy. This is what the macadam. Yeah, right there. Where the macadam? But right inside your disability. Right here. The macadam. That's what I was saying now. But the macadam.
You know, it
was a road with material. We used to burn it. Okay. Our left right there, we are looking at what the measure would be between here? It's still Fort George Branch Road. And our immediate left, beyond this mango tree somewhere there, our foreparents used to prepare a road surface named as the macadam. And a burnt material, I think they did it in America. And it was made right in this space right here. Many years ago, obviously, in the early 18s. Great history. All right, back to Denise. Proceed there.
Now, as you will notice, you have life. You have life, right? And just all of a sudden, it will just be cut off. And you'll wonder if you're in the same area, if you're in the same village or whatever the case may be. Right? You wonder what is going on. Because everything is just total shutdown. Just a total shutdown, and this happened 6 years, 6.5. The road, we had CPEP used to come and do this area, and when Ms. Bissessa came into the Prime Minister, all of that was cut. The CPEP contractors stopped coming on this side. So we have no CPEP contractors working in the area. It's just the URP workers. URP workers that is doing their part up to the last house. They keep the road edges.
So where's the last house?
Yes, we have the last house coming up on the left hand side.
But this is supposed to be American land.
From here, it starts American land started the whole of Fort George Branch.
All right.
From civilization, you're going straight into non-existence. You come like it back to American first land.
Hey, it's so interesting. You do that.
Yeah, non-existence because it's like nobody, like it's just a truck. A truck came in here, what day it was, and the dump. You see, they start to dump again. When I got the phone call, they said the truck come in, but I didn't know where the truck went. Come to see if it's on my property or not, but my property didn't start from here. This is Cummins, I think. Cummins or Cooper property. So truck clean for the Christmas, and they come and they dump. Right? So now we have to go to regional. Now we have to go to regional corporation.
Like that.
When it's tomorrow, please go and ask them if they can come with the truck to clean up the area again.
Gross disrespect.
Right? So it's like all here, CPEP, you said this road is wider than this. This road is twice wider than this.
So it's overgrown.
It is overgrown because it's 6 years, nothing has been done.
6 years.
6 years. Because we used to come in here and go to the land and get stuff and thing, whatever we want to do for the land. And now I can't say I am too ashamed to come in here.
Yes, girl.
I am so, it is frustrating. It is really, really frustrating to see you have property and you can't get the access road is totally, you can say totally gone.
So,
but the trucks will come in and dump, the cars will come in and dump the garbage. And I will have to go and beg and plead to regional corporation to send a backhoe, to send trucks.
so if two vehicles are crossing opposite one another.
You can't cross here. Furthermore, what happened also, the bridge, what I heard from someone, they said, when I was speaking to the councillor, he said, regional corporations to build a concrete bridge. Regional corporation never came in here to build no bridge. Somebody changed the ceiling on the house, they dropped the thing there. Right?
Gross disrespect.
So my property start from here, where they jump this thing here. This is on the right hand side. 5 acres American property on the right hand side. My grandfather's married wife, 5 acres property on the left hand side. All right. Even though I am not using the land, but still the access road to come in, you know, it's not encouraging you to come in because they're not cleaning the road. Right? And they're saying this is agricultural land. Right? We agriculture. We growing cowage. Growing plenty cowage. We have some of the few trees in Trinidad, the Brazilian nut trees. We have Brazilian nut trees. The fellas will come and they'll cut the trap and cut down the branches of the nuts and go with the nut green, young, full, whatever they get it.
Could you imagine that in Trinidad we have that? I don't think
we have places in Trinidad that have Brazilian nut trees.
That was planted by them?
By that tree, since I know myself, I know that tree. Some of the trees. It has one main large tree down on the left hand side there. So that tree is old and still bearing fruits and things. But
wow.
Yeah, the fellas and they will come and
for about 10 minutes. You see?
Here's a dumping site also where the R.I.P. Regional Corporation came and they will clean. Sometimes the Adventist people, according to the mission, they'll come and they'll clean, backhoe and thing. And they used to come and, well, you know, they will get discouraged also because the road to come in here is not encouraging. It is not encouraging.
So this is the worst we have. Yes.
Right. So from civilization to non-existence.
Yes. Non-existence. So actually, according to you,
non-existence.
Back then there was no electricity, so therefore it was never even had. There was no need for it.
Here, no.
You see, if you observe this,
And we have the Brazilian nut tree.
So you imagine a woman coming here by herself.
Look how the boys and them cut down branches. You see this big tree has the Brazilian nut tree. That big tree sitting in the middle there. Go down, drive down, do it. Right. This is the Brazilian nut tree. You see the rods on it? And the boys and them will go and they will climb and they will cut. They'll go to the edge because the nuts grow on the edge of the tree outside.
Are you ready? Oh.
So they will go and they will make massacre of the.
They abuse it.
Yeah, they abuse it. So when you'll have to turn here.
Yeah, we go.
Let's see the start might just do a next piece on my side there again.
Where?
The dumping. Oh, yeah, all of this is my property still. All of this is my property.
You bring it here.
Right? So what
and
put it to dry. So it's just it have like some big trees growing up between. It has some bene also.
Hold on. I think now. I know you're tired. All are we tired? Go ahead.
That's what I read.
Go ahead.
No. You were tired.
It's just he has a little more energy than you.
I am going since before Christmas, baking and icing and putting out wedding cakes and all of that. So
Okay.
I noticed to clean my house and all of that. So back out to work in the morning.
All right.
So beats are
Okay.
ready.
Let me start. Introduce yourself.
Good afternoon. My name is Leonis Roberts. Octavia Roberts, better known as Leonis Roberts. We are in Fort George Branch Road, where I have obtained from my grandfather, my father passed on from generations, 5 acres of American property.
Who's your father?
My father was Daniel Elliott. My grandfather was the late Ebenezer Elliott, better known as Papa Neza. And he has left us 5 acres on the left and 5 acres on the right property that we use for farming. Basically, it was orchard, cocoa, coffee, bananas of all description. We have a few Brazilian nut trees on the property also that the fellows will come when the Brazilian nut has bear and they will cut it down and thing without asking permission or anything like that. As you see the road, well, it was a beautiful road. It was an access road. It's still supposed to be an access road, but CPEP has not been in here for over 6 years and everything has been overgrown. We have a bridge. We have a bridge down on this side that it's supposed to be a corporation. This is a corporation road, regional corporation road. And for the past 6 years, it has been neglected by regional corporation. It has been neglected by the CPEP contractors. Decided they are not working our area again. So now it is just a track that anybody is walking to go from one area to the next. Normally, cars will pass here and go to the 6 company area, the New Grant area, if the road is blocked on the main road. We used to have baptism. We had a lovely baptism pool, river pool on the side, on the right-hand side. That has been banked somehow. It has dried up. Well, maybe just a stream now. And this is the bridge that somebody decided to burn. When I went, I asked about fixing the bridge. They said, Regional Corporation said the bridge has been fixed. It's a concrete bridge on the structure. And as you see, we had no concrete on this structure. It's wooden. For the longest of years, this bridge has never been fixed. It's just plank. And somebody decided to do some mischief and burn the bridge now. So deliberately burn the bridge. So now there is no access to the other side. As you see, we are in
the other side
wilderness.
Is your land too?
I have part after the river. I have a part on the right hand side. They're going up also because it's 5 acres. All right, and it was cocoa, coffee, bananas, orange, grapefruits, putigal, fruits, all sorts of fruits that you could have think of. We had it well besides pineapple. And now I want to go back into agriculture. There is no hope, no help. Even if I'm not selling the property because the property is granted land. It's American property. It's going down from generation to generation. Please don't be a hero.
Don't even think about it.
Right, as you see, that is a tree. That is a log, right? Yeah. That is not. So this bridge has never been fixed. It don't have a concrete structure. This is a wooden bridge. Since I know myself, I am 48. I have known a wooden structure here. I have never seen concrete, nothing. And this road was a beautiful road, a really, really beautiful road. Right, and now it's, well, a few cocoa trees. Well, it have ones barely surviving, maybe 1 or 2 barely surviving. Watch out for the cowitch. Watch out for the cowitch.
Oh, we should watch out for him. You picked a cocoa?
I doubt it. What is that you got? Maybe a young one. A young but the squirrel will pass through it also.
Squirrel like cocoa?
Yes. You know that?
I know like mangoes.
Squirrel will cut cocoa, coconut, everything. Hammerak. Right, so now when a tree fall over the river on this side, however long, So I don't know if it's how the bush break down there. I don't know if it's water, if the river was high with the rains or whatever. That you can't get it through the
Yeah.
Oh, so that means the river was high. Because I'm seeing here the bush break down actually the water came down. Because they're watching there where the grass is breaking down. So that means like the river was high. It's not an animal. It couldn't be an animal. The river was high.
What
With the rain.
animals you have here?
Well, they used to have people used to graze cattle.
Okay, domestic.
Yeah.
Right.
It had to be the water was high. Or the rains that come down and things. But it would have been good to see CPEP come back here because they used to do the river banking. It had a team used to come and do the river, clean the river bank.
What baptism again?
Third Company Baptism on this side. Third Company Baptist Church. Third
Right.
Company Baptist Church.
All this is sacred ground?
They had baptism, many years of baptism. Many years.
Is it mosquitoes? What
yes.
is it?
Mosquitoes.
Why didn't you interfere with me?
Yeah, well,
What bird is that?
What bird is that, Eunice? Eunice? Something. So Eunice, we actually had this road paved with
This is the original road. You see what? Look there. Here's somebody toy truck. Somebody toy big toy car. You galvanize. Everything just dumping. They dump the coconuts. Yeah.
I have good distance to look for a dump,
Yeah,
boy.
they'll come watch. Watch inside of there.
What are you doing? You see something? Will you find something?
So Eunice, they planted this?
Where is she?
Yeah?
She disappeared.
Yeah, this is a rat. A plant called rat. This is a variety. I've been seeing for quite a while. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to transform them into my, apart from having my American museum within the house, I have American members of plants outside the house. So I say, we behind gold back there right now. Alice, you literally behind gold back. Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah, right. Woohoo! I'm looking for the longest while.
How do you use Zeta Peak? Zeba Peak. Yeah. What is it used for? Oh, it's medicinal. So you what, boil it or what?
You can soak it in the rum, in the alcohol.
So if you don't use alcohol?
No kind of alcohol.
None at all.
You can use alcohol medicinally. Going out. It doesn't mean. She has something called a snake oil, girl. The snake oil. A bottle. What call it?
I have a medicine bottle.
This medicine bottle. It has alcohol plus
I don't have snake oil.
scorpion and snake and all those things. Right? Yeah, sorry, I made a mistake. Like you can, like you can.
You want to do it? So this is a big plant. What if you plant that in an arm? And this is yours. And you'll have a zebra pig tree for life. Well, as long as and this is just some of the corn. Oh, sorry, rice.
Yeah.
From your garden?
Go from
So
where they
you can
left
take a
back
picture
there.
and blow it up. So that's the
Where they left back.
an original estate used by Papa Nisa, maybe about 60 years ago, thereabout,
No, more than that.
or maybe 70 plus years ago. And it's,
My father died at 71.
apart from that, remember, it's a four parents heritage. He lived older than your grandpa.
Older than my father.
Than your father?
Because my father, when my grandfather had this, my father was small.
Okay.
And my father
So-
died in his 70s.
So could you imagine in the 18 somethings, they had this estate, so they actually reactivated. So what she allowed people now to reactivate, you know. So we are talking about history, real history here. So this plant is goes in our hand here right now.
Yeah, the rice.
Right? That's usually rice.
Usually rice.
And that is the factor. We need to get this whole place respected. Firstly by the contour organizing all this stuff as we spoke about, and get the people to have respect and don't come and throw the rubbish here. Because enough is enough.
Yeah, Miss Roberts, again. And you're at my back room that I convert into a mini museum because I have so many artifacts from my grandfather and my parents. And storage was a problem, so I decided to convert the extra bedroom into a mini museum. So here we start on the corner on the left-hand side. Every household used to go to a long time, always had a cookie broom turn up in the corner of your house. Can't remember all the reasons why given for the coquille broom in the house. I know I used to use it for the bat. When the bat and the bird fly in the house, I will take it and run them. All right, but tradition, you have the coquille broom. Here in the corner, you have the corn mill and funnel. This is the corn mill that you had on a post. Excuse the cobwebs. It used to be on a post like this. And Kerwin, you could rotate your hands, watch the cord. Next way. Okay. Work it back to front, but it is working. Right? So you put the funnel on top here, and you put in your corn, and you grind your corn to corn is here. All right? So the corn mill is still working. It just needs some WD-40, but it is in good order. And it have two sizes of the funnels, so it's whichever one you want to use. It is accessible. Here we have two hand sewing machine that is still running. In the middle of the two machines, you have a picture of my grandfather, Panisa. You have the oil can that used to pump the oil and oily parts of the machine. All right. And it is all on a safe, as we used to call, I used to call it long time. I don't know how you all used to call it. I used to call it a safe. We call it a safe. It needs some refurbishment, but it's holding up on its own a little. Inside the safe, we have a few coal pots and irons and stand. This stand is one of my favorite because it has feet and the pattern of the this pattern here. Right, so I always love this iron stand. So we have coal pots in all different size. This is a coconut. Well, this is more recent. The coconut mill. Cut your coconut in half and put it in there and grate it. If you don't want to use our famous grater that we have to the bottom here, that was used for punishment besides grating cassava and corn and coconut. We used to kneel down on the grater. Punishment. Right? And it never killed us. I think we could go back to that and give some of these children now some grater. They might be better and wouldn't kill each other. Greater punishment. Greater punishment. Here we have some mortar and pestles. We have a wooden one. You could use as a door blocker also. We have the iron one.
more iron. And then in the back, we have a cast iron one. We have a bigger mortar pestle. Wow. This pestle my father made over 50 years ago. It's still heavy. I could knock down a man with it. But yeah, boy. Something like that. But this one is still in use. This mortar and pestle here is still in use. We had some pong when we had the rice symposium. We had the foreigners came in and had it in the kitchen and they were ponging bene. Yeah, I had them ponging bene in it. Then we have a next safe, a little more updated one than the first one. On top of here, we have the horn from the hand gramophone. We have the pins from the gramophone. We have some records that was used. Some records still there from the gramophone. We have the famous Pepsi sign, Pepsi waiter, still going strong. That they use, sometimes they use to fan their rice. Or, what's it, have a record here that is still whole. You call them vinyl, gospel melodies, British voice of prophecy. Right, so we still have some, what do you call these 40, these wasn't 45, these was what? LP. Correct. And this is the famous, this was Mr. Manners for me, my famous friend, because this belt older than me, and I used to get a real cut on something because I was bad. It's my father's belt. I don't know if it was my grandfather. Well, who knows, it might be my grandfather because he doesn't get his generation a leather again. So imagine this leather soaked from that garden we were in just now. And he come home and my mother say I misbehave. So this leather belt soaked in sweat across my back. Right? And this is the top part of the gramophone. Unfortunately, the cabinet was broken by yours truly when she didn't know what it was for. But as you see, we still have Gomes radio. Epiperium.
Hold it, let me go closer into it.
Epiperium.
Okay.
So he's there. This side of the gramophone, we have what I did in the gramophone, the safe, the cabinet. I did some decorating on top with some long time art. I used the stiff nylon plastic that they use and some decorative china. And you know, you always have in the cabinet some enamel.
Things you cannot use, should not be allowed to use.
Right? You always have your enamel plates. It was only for display, you know. So I decorate the top part with that. To the bottom, we have the sickle that you know use long time to haul logs and thing. Cast iron, as you see, is cast iron. And you know, cast iron work was something different to iron work now. So this is cast iron, as you see. It break, yeah. But it have a few people still do cast iron welding. You just have to find them. We have the slate that was Cohen chalkboard. And they get the chalk stone. All right. Here we have the garlic press. That is still working. Put your garlic down there and you turn it and squeeze your garlic. And you know the cocoa knives. You know your cocoa knives. All right. So picking your
Collateral?
You call it gullet, we call it cocoa. Because you cut the pick cocoa, with it coconut. Anything hard to reach, high to reach, you use the rod. You use here we have the grass knife, cast iron again. Right? So the grass knife now. Those in the lagoon to cut the lagoon rice. Who want to cut the bull grass to feed the animals? And the what dashing? Malenga dashing. Instead of using the cutlass, some of them used to use the malanga dashing. The top, use the grass knife and thing. Down to the bottom. Morocco shell. 2 Morocco shells, my grandfather and my father. One is older than one. Used for feasts, you know, they used to use the Morocco for feasts and thing. Right? So this one is pretty all right, and the other one, it's that age and thing. It's that. It's smaller, you know, but it has some age. It has some age. I used to sit down on this to get my hair comb a long time. It was a nice little bench.
Tortoise.
You didn't call it no tortoise. You didn't call it tortoise or tortoise. We call it Morocco. Right? Well, you know, you must, when you go to the long time houses and things, you always have the basket, the clothes basket. You must always have the clothes basket. So there we have one. I'm going to use still. I think it's Tirit. Tirit. We have this bag is made out of grass and sewn together. Handbag. Come back in style. You know, if you line this, some people is money well spent. Yeah, but it's local. This one is a cane hat. On this side, we have the long time iron buckets. My father, grandfather, and they used to use with a few tools in between. A little saw, a little spoke shave. Yeah. And you have the iron bucket. How much water I told with this? What? Yeah. And here we have different sizes of calabash. These are very old. This is over 15 years. Some of them could be 20 years. But then still, as they say, according to the moon, you cut it in and pick it in and all of that, and how you preserve it. Bamboo, you have to cut bamboo in the moon. All right, so on this little section here now, calabash, smaller calabash again, we used to make a little shack. I just use the shell for a little decoration. Here we have various pipes. No handle to the pipe, just the top of the pipe that we found in the house spot and thing, down my grandfather's house spot. So some of them, it have patterns on them. Some of them were used, some of them weren't used. You know this one was used. Right? We have a broken bottle top, the earthenware bottle. All right. So we have a few of the bottles. We have a flambeau made out of the earthen jar. Now they're using the Caribbean the beer bottles. And long ago, this was all your comb to comb your hair, the monkey comb. When we had the African hair, we had it's a roll and thing. They say you must always have a horseshoe in your house for good luck. So have one on the door and one in the room. A little blessings, extra blessings never help. Never hurt, in fact. And you have an earthen jar again, the next one. This is an iron jug. Could use for decorating or for water. We have the smaller vessels here again. We have the sandbox seed. Some people used to grate it and put in food. We use it as dolphin, to make dolphin earrings and chains and things because of the shape, the dolphin shape. These little calabash here, They used to make, my father used to make somewhere I left them. Somewhere somebody borrowed it and didn't return. We had shot glasses made from the smaller ones, these smaller ones. All right? Shot glasses, something. We have the lamps down to the bottom here. We have different size lamps. Unfortunately, I don't have one marked Home Sweet Home lampshade, but I have the lamp. I still have the pitch oil and the seeds that the old people used to put in it long time. It's old enough. This lamp over 20 years old. Yeah. Never open it and add anything to it. Lamp have some age. Could be older than 20 years, older than 20 years. It's about, yeah, the jars that I met my parents with. Different size mini jars. You see? Storing besides water, pigtail, whatever meat. They used to call it boucané. All right. And you have the large ones to do that. We have the goblets in 2 different sizes. Still working. All right. This is just Mr. Francis Morin American jersey that I haven't got a chance to put on a hanger, unfortunately. And this is an next pot again for decoration, a heavy pot for decoration. Here, this is over, it's about 45 years of age. This one, my father made from a dugout stump. Yeah. And my mom decided she wanted to put the map of Trinidad on it. So she painted it. She painted? Yeah, she painted the map of Trinidad. She was crafty too. Yeah, she was a handicraft tutor. Even on the goblet, even on this goblet, you see here, she painted the flamingo, the birds on it. We have a few brochures, some tin pans, some long ago, again, just decor. One is salt, one is pepper. But I don't think you'll see these kind of working, iron working again. Yeah, everything is glass. All right. So we have brochures with John Hackshaw. We have brochures with Altie and John McNish Weiss. It's supposed to be here. We have Augustus Lewis. We have Mr. Calendar. Well, Mr. Calendar, down to 1, so I need to get some more brochures from you. We have the enamel cup with the cover. Must always have an enamel cup in your house with cover. These are, oh, sorry, I jumped in the gun. Oh my. We have Zeb Twef, which is a tree sprung that goes with the Zebra Peak. We have some dry Twef and some dry Zebra Peak leaves here. And we have the famous snake bottles that from my grandfather. So we have coral and centipede and scorpions and all different herbs. Antidote for scorpion and centipede and snakes in. No, they came here and got people used to come and drink it within 5 minutes of getting stung.
Is it still drinkable?
Yes. And you see it's clearly how potent it is. It's clear, the age of it. So, you know, it's totally. They use babash. Well, if you don't have babash, then you use puncheon, but I tend not to interfere with it and just leave it as it states. Right. This one? No, this one never opened. That is how it is. This one we use out of a few years ago when we took it to National Museum. We just give a few people a little dose, but you see it needs some more alcohol to cover there. You need some.
this soup and top of the when you top of it
I'll get some I'll get some forbidden alcohol. I wouldn't say from who is my supplier before they send the police for my supplier. I ain't going there. We have again back here, we have Mr. John Bramble. We have Proud to be American. We have the local swizzle stick that we use from the sip tree. We have the pot spoons that they use to turn the cuckoo and the pilau and whatever they cook. We had that. Now the East Indians use it as a dabbler. But before dabbler, it wasn't dabbler then. It was a pot spoon. These were the different sizes according to the pot you're cooking. And then you have the spoon that is shaped, the other one that's shaped into a spoon here. Right? My visitor's book that you will sign. We have again some of the American brochures. Lisa Atwater. We have Nalis have a reading on the Americans, free black settlers. We have one at St. John Baptist Church with a few, well, the iron, the soup spoon, the iron teapot. We have two different sizes. This one have a strainer, so this one was more like the coffee. When you put the coffee, you have a strainer, you see? To brew your coffee. So your coffee brew inside of there. Right? We have some books. Saga of the Companies by Alfred Boise Huggins, the first edition. Then we have the other revised edition that Hazel Manning and her sisters did. We have this book by Dr. Francis Henry out of Canada that she did of Parnesa, her time spent in Lengua Road with him. He had the power. We have this is from the Rice Symposium last month. A little pull-out brochure. More Calabash again. Any more information? We have the National Archives have it also. We have this book with some of the Baptists that Pastor Bramble did. Of information, history, and doctrine. It's a few dedication to the 55th Company Baptist School, William Frederick Webb, Victor Anthony Cadet, Reverend Urban Aberdeen, Reverend Ivan Cooper, Alan Joseph Parks, Calvin Harper. And also they have a copy and I added to yeah. All right. In the corner here, we have some hill rice, just to show what the hill rice looks like in the pod. We have some bene seed. You could use the pong. I like to eat pong bene better than the sweet bene that they suck.
Rice.
Yeah, we have some bene and thing. We have an autograph. Some more rice again. Queen Quet was here and she left her little call card when she came to visit last month from the Galagichi Islands.
Yeah.
So she left her.
See the front, hold the front up.
Galagichi Nation, sorry.
Okay.
Mosquito bite me. Yeah, boy. We have, I have to get some more of this and all going. There's a little reading on Parnesa.
Oh, yes.
So I need to get some more of that. Another picture of him here. And this is from last year, where they honored him in the Isa festival last year, where they honored Papa Nisa. So the Aquila and Marva passed on the
little award here for me for the museum. I highly appreciate it. In the corner here, posthumous again. Well, this was for my father, American Incorporated in 2006 for his contribution to agriculture. So you see, because of the land, the property here, because he did agriculture, that was what he was doing down there. This little goat horn, or is it deer horn? That is from grandfather. Well, this is a bitter cup. Don't ask me where it come from, how it reached, but I always know it in the house. It's still bitter. All right. We had this is from the feast, when my grandfather had feasts and they kill the animals and whatever and thing. We have his Bible that is over 100 years old. We have some ruku in the corner here, ruku seeds that we used to cook for stewing meat and thing. Or you have curry in. Ruku. Ruku. So these are the pods when it is dry. You get the seeds and you soak it in hot water and you wash it so the coloring, you could use it for dyeing clothes also. Cloth. Some people may use it to dye their hair and all. All right. We have one of the horn from feast. This one they used to drink, not blow. They used to drink in this one. Drinking milk and bullhorn. All right. We have a little reading again. This one is a little snippet of Cohen Hamilton Secondary School. A little history on it that I got. And I added a short history that I got. And I added to the I add it here. You know, sometimes you get little things and you just keep on adding. It's no problem. We have, okay, before we reach there, we have this famous guy here is over 100 years old. He's Mr. Chamber Pot and Basin. So Mr. Chamber Pot and Basin. So Mr. Chamber Pot, take your time going. So Mr. Chamber Pot here, we used to use him first. All right, Mr. Chamber Pot. So you do your ones and your twos, and you find a hole or the bush and you drop it. And then you come back now and you had Mr. Basin to clean yourself. All right, so there we just have our American Symposium again and the Caribbean beat where they feature the Americans and a few people in it. So I done this with my life when it's young. It out or anything like that. And well, you know, after the chamber pot and basin, then they had the posies. Different sizes. Progression, yeah.
No, you have the bidet.
No, you have the bidet and the toilets. Alright. Well, the douche pans there, that is for the ladies and the douche pans. Hold it for me. You hold that. And here's dry zebra peak. I got someone gave me a set, so I have them dried. So anytime to use. No, I give you a whole plant. So you don't need no pieces again. You don't want to use nothing. You just hate to see people waiting. All you know, all American hate to see people hatting. Always want. Yeah, you know, they go for regular. So here we have the this mirrors, the from the long time chest, the side mirrors and the middle. So I just save. I got it and I just save that. You know, just save it. And I forgot to show you the window in the back there. This is from the house, our house here, and I saved the because of the craftsmanship. And the glass and thing, I saved it. So in case I have in my bedroom, but you know, wear and tear. So I saved this one when we were doing some repairs and things to the house. I saved that. You know, so this is my little. Yeah, we talk about the douche pans already. That's not cups, that's douche pans. So this is my little quiet corner. At times when I come in, I know, just reflect, relax, and look at what's going on and saying, yeah, which is good, you know, just have a piece of African print for a little art show.
Okay.
You know, okay. As we can see. Now this road is a permanent road. In that there, right in this road, there were clustering of our foreparents, and there was something we call the macadam. That's the kind. Now, road surface they would have burnt, and that was made by them because they did it in America, beside Fort George Road. But there was a fort there.
Beside it?
Yeah, well, okay.
I've seen it.
You see it?
Hold on.
Right.
Okay.
Right. And the gentleman who runs that garage, he's also American. Huggins, I believe he is there. Now, also, we are coming up to a gentleman who's a Sambury. He's also American. He never closes, this guy here, right? But if you want to come back by May, what you know, he never closes. He has all seasonal, he's shy. He's very much camera shy, you know. But he's quite a very interesting American with very much great entrepreneurial abilities. So some people, I don't side with people who say that Americans cannot be business-like. You know, he's somewhere nearby. That's it. He's somewhere nearby.
All right. Yeah, it's a place that they call Mang. 6 Company Village, Mountain Dew Land. The smallest child in this village, drinking bush rum like porridge, and they like to brawl. If you hit one man, you hit all. Piper, Jack and Singer Cooper, Sign One Eye, and Peter July. Alman, Popolin and Norman, from the Mountain Dew Gang. Dew Gang in the man. Mm-hmm, oh. All right. When these people sit down to drink, bound sleep and rest, they don't stop to think. Day after day, week after week, till they get too tight to speak. Knock bottle and spoon, they start baranging quite in June. Jaya, bitter hold a Cooper. Breezeman, hold Sam Hamilton. Lucas, Billie Jean McIntosh, from the Mountain Dew Gang. Dew Gang is the man. Mm-hmm. Oh. And when you talk about cooperation, up in the man, everyone is one. 2 police went in the man with a warrant farm, and the police have clothes. They come back home without no clothes. Jagat, Chitan, Stick Man, Jack. Cummins, Absalom and Trim. Grango, Copaton, Mano, from the Mountain Dew Gang. Dew Gang in the man. Mm-hmm. Oh. Back since slavery, I am convinced some of them have come out from the mountains. Rice shortage did them no harm. Like to ram the crazy arm when the arms are boiled, start to fry in coconut oil. It's quite true, they make great Mountain Dew. Bush gin, whiskey, anything. Charles Paul wanted license and all in the Mountain Dew gang. Dew gang in the man. Mm-hmm. Oh, oh. All right. All right. Here's a place that they call Mang. 6 Company Village, Mountain Dew land. The smallest child in this village, drinking bush rum like porridge, and they like to brawl. If you hit one man, you hit all. Piper, Jack and Singer Cooper, Sign One Eye, and Peter July. Alman, Popolin and Norman, from the Mountain Dew gang. Dew gang in the man. Mm-hmm. Oh, All right. When these people sit down to drink, bow, sleep, and rest, they don't stop to think. Day after day, week after week, till they get too tight to speak. Knock bottle and spoon, they start baranging quite in June. Jaya, bitter hold a Cooper. Priestman, old Sam Hamilton. Lucas, Billie Jean McIntosh, from the Mountain Dew gang. Dew gang is the man. Mm-hmm. Oh, oh. All right. And when you talk of cooperation, up in the man, everyone is one. 2 police went in the man with a warrant farm, and the police get close. They come back out without no clothes. Jagat, cheetah and stick man, Jack. Cummins, Absalom and Trim. Grango, Copa John, Mano, from the Mountain Dew gang. Dew gang in the man. Mm-hmm. Oh, oh. All right. Back since slavery, I am convinced. Some of them may come out from the mountains. Rice shortage did them no harm. Like to ram the crazy yam. When the yams are boiled, they start to fry in coconut oil. It's quite true, they make great Mountain Dew. Bush gin, whiskey, anything. Charles Paul wanted license and all in the Mountain Dew gang. Dew gang in the man. Mm-hmm. Oh, oh. All right.
See me, so long you not see me, when you see me, I will take it away. So long you not see me, when you see me, I will take it away.
So long you not see me. Woman said they were feeling me, promoter said they need me. To mash up the place, to rip up the place, so can music don't steal me, and the power reveal me. Some woman claim that they dream me. I swear. So long you not see me, when you see me, I will take it away. So long you not see me, when you see me, I will take it away. I miss all the commotion and all the promotion and crossing the ocean and all the celebration and all my friends together at one location. I swear.
You not see me, when you see me, I will take it away.
So long, you not see me.
So long you not see me, when you see me.
The water riots of 23rd March 1903 will forever stand as a landmark moment in the political history of Trinidad and Tobago. This was the moment here, right outside the Red House in Port of Spain, when the rage and frustration of unfair denial pushed a people from behind the margins onto the center stage of history. In the 20th century march to political representation and democratic government, the water riots of 1903 stand as a marker of that moment when it had all begun. The times were hard, and with the collapse of the sugar economy, promising only to get harder. In this environment of stress, the government's attempt to introduce water meter fees as a deterrent against water wasting transformed water into the most combustible element of all. On that Monday morning, as the Legislative Council opened debate on the new Waterworks Ordinance, the people converged on the Red House in their thousands, marching, protesting, jeering. Soon stones began to fly, shattering the windows of the Red House. Then fire broke out, ending the debate. By the end, the Red House was reduced to ruins. While out in the streets, the body count stood at 16 dead and 43 wounded. In the process, incipient signs of a political leadership of the masses had emerged.
In 1903, a middle-class intelligentsia who were just as disempowered as the masses of people, the common interest manifested itself so that the people felt that, yes, these were our leaders.
The people's hero of the moment was a young black lawyer who had delivered a fiery address. Born Emmanuel Lazar, he had rechristened himself Muzumbo Lazar in a bold acknowledgement of his African heritage and his position as a leader of the local Yoruba community. A member of the Pan-African Association, started by fellow Trinidadian Henry Sylvester, Muzumbo Lazar's sympathies were with those denied political representation. He campaigned relentlessly against Crown Colony government and for constitutional reform to bring elected persons into the wholly nominated Legislative Council. Immediately after the water riots, Muzumbo Lazar and 2 others were promptly arrested on charges of inciting riot. All were later acquitted. Up until the end of World War I, his reputation as a defender of the poor and working class held firm. That is, until he switched sides in a conflict over moving Carnival from downtown Port of Spain to the Queen's Park Savannah.
Muzumbo Lazare, who had been one of the heroes of the water riots, and who was to have presented the petition to the governor of the Argus Committee, that's the small businessman, didn't turn up. It turned out that he had joined the Guardian Committee, and this was seen as a massive betrayal.
By then, however, the working class had found a new leader in Captain Arthur Cipriani. In 1920, Muzumbo Lazar was appointed to the Legislative Council, where he continued representing those without a vote, while hosting show-stopping Christmas balls at his Digger Martin mansion.
And the cream of the country, the governor and everybody else, Rhoda Sinclair and Maraval and so on, attended Lazar's ball.
As Trinbagonians, we tend to think of ourselves as a fun-loving, friendly, truly blessed group of people. God is a Trinidadian. Carnival is we ting. There's no such thing as a bad time to fet. We do have a serious side, though, a somewhat violent side. One of the darkest moments in Trinidad history happened on the 23rd of March, 1903. If you don't know why this date is so important, maybe it's because it was before your time, but this is the date of the water riots of 1903. And it was a violent affair that was given another name, Mournful Monday. When the dust cleared, the body count was high, 18 dead and 42 wounded. But how did this happen? The source of contention was government's intention to install water meters to measure water use in homes and business places in Port of Spain. A necessary move because some of the rich tended to take long, luxurious baths to stave off the sweltering tropical heat. Water was a luxury in Port of Spain, and the wasting of water in Port of Spain and environs was wanton. In some cases, taps were never turned off. Some were kept running to fill huge plunge baths that held as much as 1,000 to 2,000 gallons of water. Not surprisingly, government also proposed visiting residents to search for leaking pipes. Any offenders would have their water supply shut off. The bill was met with such opposition from the public, who in turn placed the blame right back at government, saying they were among the chief wasters of water in the capital city. But the water meters and the shutting off of leaky pipes was the surface issue. The real heart of the matter was the lack of representation for the people in matters of governance. In 1899, the elected borough council, based in Port of Spain, had been suspended. 2 years later, the Ratepayers Association was formed to agitate for its reinstatement. The group was ostensibly formed to protest rising taxes in the capital city. It was a militant group of mostly middle and upper class members who were seeking more representation and a significantly less patronizing form of governance. And it was this group that led the protests against the new water ordinance in 1903. The actions of the Ratepayers Association forced the postponement of the water ordinance 3 times. Once in 1902, then again in February 1903, and then yet again on the 16th of March 1903. To the credit of the Ratepayers Association, they managed to garner the support of the lower classes in their efforts. Maybe because one of their most prominent members was Emmanuel Mazumbo Lazar, the former head of the Pan-African Association and a well-known black lawyer. Whatever their methods, the Ratepayers Association was successful in getting its message to the people, quite unlike the elitist, high-handed approach of the government. On the day in question, the Legislative Council met at noon in the Red House. Attendance was restricted to those who had admission tickets. In fact, a notice was published in the Port of Spain Gazette of the previous Friday, clearly stating the rules of attendance. And this rule was enforced by guards armed with batons positioned at all entrances of the Red House. But they expected that attendance would be high because an extra 150 chairs were rented for the chamber. By noon, the room was partially full, mostly with government officials. It was even alleged that the majority of the tickets were given to government officials to limit public access. Outside the Red House, a large crowd had formed in Brunswick Square, now known as Woodford Square. Many filled Abercrombie Street and spilled into parts of St. Vincent Street as well. The Ratepayers Committee was out in full force, leading the crowd to the building's entrance, demanding entry. Naturally, they were blocked by the police. The committee members moved to the front of the crowd and asked for permission to enter the chamber. Lieutenant Colonel Blake repeated his orders, adding that he was under special permission by the governor to match with equal force any attempt to enter the meeting chamber illegally. Of course, some members tried to test the intent of the officers and tried to press through, dramatically keeping their arms raised as if to reassure the officers that they meant no harm, and they were pushed back into the crowd for their efforts. Emmanuel Lazar saw what was happening, and he begged the crowd to remain calm and to return to the square and await the results of the meeting in a peaceful manner. And so they did, but perhaps not as peacefully as the security forces would have liked. And a rumor that a fire brigade had been instructed to turn their hoses on them did little to calm the crowd. But it wasn't a rumor. Fortunately for the crowd, Lieutenant Whiteman, the senior fire officer on the scene, refused to do so, saying he was in the business of outing fires, not wetting crowds. Perhaps he was following the lead of his superior, Chief Fire Officer Walter Darwin, who was decidedly reluctant to have his officers present at the Red House. Some say his reluctance was based on his sympathies to the cause of the people, who after being turned away from the council chambers were making a lot of noise in Brunswick Square. The crowd grew restless and began to sing loudly in the square, and several stood up to deliver angry protest speeches against the governor, the bill draftsman, the bill itself, and any and everything related to the water bill and the government. His Excellency the Governor Sir Alfred C. Maloney arrived with his private secretary under police guard. He went to his office in the Red House, where 35 armed constables had been stationed for his protection, and there he met the Colonial Secretary and Captain Dutton. It was an amazing show of force. From there, he proceeded to the council chamber for the meeting of the Legislative Council. 10 more armed police officers entered and took up position inside the meeting chamber. The meeting could now begin. The clerk rose to read the minutes of the last meeting, but he wasn't allowed to get very far because Sir Henry Alfred, a leading colored barrister at the time, interrupted him. Sir Henry was upset about the ticket system imposed by the governor, which he felt was illegal, and pointed to Standing Order 4, which clearly states that all meetings of the Legislative Council should be made public. It was his opinion that the ticket system contradicted that standing order. The barrister then moved a motion to adjourn the meeting. But a fourth adjournment was not in the cards, and Sir Henry's vote was shot down 14-6. Sir Henry Alcazar then blasted his council members for supporting an illegal meeting.
I, for one, am not staying in any chamber if the people of this country have to get tickets to see their representatives at work. I am not supporting that.
And left the council chambers in disgust. Sir Henry's outburst and sudden departure placed the governor in an uncomfortable position. Fortunately for him, the remaining members seemed to disagree with Sir Henry's assertion. But for the record, he had to justify the admission via ticket for this meeting of the Legislative Council. But his reasoning didn't meet the favor of Council Member Gordon, who also left the chamber saying he could not be party to a grouping whose rules could be changed at the whims and fancies of the governor. The remaining members took a moment to reflect on what had just happened, and then the clerk finished his reading of the minutes of the previous meeting. His Excellency the Governor then rose and gave a history of the bill to the council. As though on cue, the crowds outside grew more rowdy, the mood degenerating to carnival-like atmosphere.
Look, Alcazar coming. He'll tell us what's going on inside of that house. Honorable people, ladies and gentlemen, please listen. I just walked out of the Legislative Council chamber. Listen, they are insisting that only ticket holders will be allowed inside the public gallery, and they are not accepting a proposal to move an adjournment of the House.
Drums were beaten and whistles were blown, creating a rhythm for some women to conduct with their flags. Yet despite the seemingly festive atmosphere, the mood around the Red House soon turned sinister. Some say a woman threw a stone, breaking a window to the council chamber. A woman was arrested on the lawn of the Red House for reasons that are still unclear. The arresting officer then became the target of a group of small boys who attacked him with a barrage of stones. The poor officer was forced to release the woman, who then attacked him mercilessly until the crowd had to come to his rescue and drag her away. But the attack of a police officer was the last straw. The crowd focused their anger on the Red House, aiming a barrage of stones at its glass windows and doors. The missiles entered the council chamber, forcing members under tables and chairs to hide. The crowd, drunk with power, moved in on the building, and their rage spread to the gathering on the west of the building, and they too joined in the action. With the building under attack from both sides, the council members had to move to the inner chambers of the Red House. Eventually, the crowd broke the gates on the east and west of the building, overpowering the police guard. Someone suggested that His Excellency the Governor announced to the crowd that he withdrew the ordinance. But Sir Alfred was defiant, insisting that the ordinance must remain. With him in the small room were some members of the press, Major Collins and some others. They attempted to barricade the door to block the rioters from entering. The crowd had a special dislike for one council member in particular, the Director of Public Works, Mr. Walsh Wrightson, the author of the dreaded water ordinance. It was obvious that he had to escape or the consequences would be severe, and that he did. Now, some accounts say he dressed in women's clothes to elude the rioters' attention. Others say he was dressed in a police tunic and helmet, but he managed to escape. The Attorney General escaped in a similar fashion. As for the group barricaded in the small abandoned office upstairs, it seemed that freedom would elude them. But a fire started simultaneously in the survey office, the Hall of Justice, and the Registrar's office. The fire spread rapidly through the building. The governor and his companions were hastened out of the Red House. His Excellency was rushed under police guard to the barracks across the street. Mr. Walsh Wrightson was smuggled to the wharf and transported to the HMS Palace for safekeeping. The police, energized by the reading of the Riot Act, made moves to quell the crowd by any means necessary. And so they did. Even though their first shots had restored the crowd's senses, the officers continued shooting. Some of the officers fired indiscriminately into the crowd, injuring many, including innocent bystanders who were nowhere near the heart of the unrest. When the police weren't shooting at the crowd, they were using bayonets on their victims. When the shooting stopped, 18 were dead. 42 others were injured in the melee and sought treatment at the Colonial Hospital. Only a shell of the Red House remained after the fire. The building was completely ravaged. After such a bloody affair, the Secretary of State for the Colonies, Joseph Chamberlain, appointed special commissioners to investigate the cause of the riot. The sitting was held the following evening at the Prince's Building near the Queen's Park, Savannah. Appearing for the government were the Attorney General, the Honorable Vincent Brown, Mr. R.S. Ausher Warner, and Mr. Louis A. Wharton. The Ratepayers Association, the Chamber of Commerce, the United Committee, and the relatives of the deceased were represented by Sir Henry Alcazar, the first man to storm out at the ill-fated meeting of the Legislative Council. After a little over a month of investigations and in-depth interviews, the special commissioners sent out their report on the water riots, dated the 2nd of July, to the Colonial Office. They found that the riot was caused by public opposition to the Water Ordinance, and their anger was fueled by some public speakers on the day and the Mirror newspaper. The report said that the police used unnecessary force to quell the crowd. Close to 500 rounds of ammunition were fired. At least 3 people were killed without provocation. Surely, one of the innocent victims was a young girl named Eliza Bunting, who had been bayoneted in the abdomen. Another innocent victim was Eva Cavallo, who was killed by her former lover, Police Sergeant Thomas Holder, who used the cover of the riot to meet her in Brunswick Square and shoot her at point-blank range. Or at least that's the official account of her death. This particular incident, the murder of Miss Cavallo in the middle of the riots, inspired many a tale from those who wanted to speculate on the story behind her unfortunate death. And this being Trinidad, theories are endless. Her former lover, the spurned Sergeant Holder, well, he was fortunate and was found not guilty in his trial. The Special Commissioner's report also placed the blame squarely on the shoulders of the government, saying they failed to inform the public adequately about the water ordinance and didn't do enough to correct any misinformation about it. The report made note of the separation between the actual residents of Port of Spain and the executive committee mandated to manage their affairs. It criticized the delay in prosecuting rioters and the wanton display of violence by officers of the law. Later that very month, the trial of the rioters began. 22 people were tried for rioting. The case started promptly at 10:30 on the 21st of July 1903 in Greyfriars Hall on Frederick Street. Presiding over the proceedings was Justice Routledge under an extraordinarily heavy show of security. The police officers on duty were supported by 26 rank-and-file officers of the Lancashire Fusiliers. They were on loan to the governor from Barbados and had been stationed in Trinidad since the Wednesday after the riots. The security measures weren't missed and created a bit of a stir, but considering who were on trial and why, maybe it should have been expected. The Attorney General, the Honorable Vincent Brown, King's Counsel, naturally led the prosecution's team. He was joined by L.E. Agostini and L.A. Wharton, with assistance from A.D. O'Connor. The trial lasted 1 week. The verdict was ready by 4:40 in the afternoon of the 30th. The large security force got into position, just in case another disturbance broke out. By this time, a large crowd had gathered outside the courtroom. After further instructions, Judge Routledge sent the jury back to deliberate. At 7:15, the jury returned to the courtroom and announced that 9 of the prisoners were innocent of all charges. However, they were unable to come to a unanimous guilty verdict, so the judge released the innocent to the crowds, who welcomed them as heroes and sent the jury back to make the remaining judgments. They returned to the courtroom at 9 that evening with a guilty verdict for 5 of the prisoners: Joseph James, Lila Assing, Octave Romaine, and Johnny Blades were all sentenced to 5 years in jail. Abraham James was sentenced to 4 years. Similarly, the 4 people charged with inciting the riot, J.C. Maresmith, H.N. Hall, E.M. Lazar, and R.R. Mole, were eventually acquitted of all charges. The disaster of the water riots led to the creation of a board made of official and unofficial personnel to manage the water and sewerage system. The Water and Sewerage Board was first convened on the 30th of September 1904. A special commissioner's report was merely a slap on the wrist for the guilty parties involved in the bloody water riots. Fortunately, Secretary of State Chamberlain understood the message behind the report and advised Governor Maloney to initiate talks to reinstate the suspended borough council. 10 years after the water riots, an elected council was created, finally allowing locals the opportunity to represent the interests of their peers. Mournful Monday led the path to the establishment of a more representative form of governance in the Twin Islands of Trinidad and Tobago.
In an era of remarkable women in politics, Audrey Jeffers was arguably the most remarkable. In the 2 decades leading to universal adult suffrage in 1946, she stood tall as a feminist pioneer, advocate for working women, and a path-breaking politician. In 1913, at age 15, Audrey Jeffers went to London to study social sciences and got deeply involved in progressive movements, championing the rights of working women, especially Black women. 7 years later, she returned home to a country in the grip of social strife and immediately got busy establishing the coterie of social workers. Today, more than 7 decades later, her pioneering support strategies for working women are as relevant as ever. Breakfast sheds for the working poor in locations across the country. The first school feeding program for children in and around Port of Spain. A home for blind women. City accommodation for rural women coming to work in Port of Spain. Daycare centers for working mothers. Scholarships for girls. A rest home in Togo for tired working mothers. And these are just some. With her popularity soaring, Audrey Jeffers ran in the 1936 municipal elections and made national history as the first woman politician ever to be elected. 10 years later, she would make history again as the first woman to be appointed to the Legislative Council. By then, however, Audrey Jeffers was at odds with women leaders of the working class movement and with progressive politicians in general. The break had come when, as a member of the Franchise Committee, she voted against universal adult suffrage.
It is one of the, in a way, unfortunate things of her
history that she voted against universal adult suffrage. She had a famous statement, "We must hasten slowly." And even though she was such a wonderful person in so many ways, she was conservative in some issues.
Audrey Jeffers was a great feminist pioneer, but her politics were always conservative. And I don't think she was an interesting combination of Garveyite ideology. She was strongly a Garveyite and was very, very much a person who subscribed to, Black pride and Black consciousness. But in other respects, her politics were always conservative.
Today, the name Audrey Jeffers lives on through the highway leading west out of the capital and in the continuing work of the coterie of social workers that she founded 95 years ago. But most of all, she lives on in the lives of new generations of women whose mothers were touched by her work.
Schiff gesichtet. Jawohl, Ziel wird identifiziert.
Frachter, macht kleine Fahrt.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloy. Neuer Kurs 344.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
Tiefe Unterkühl ist 1000. Jawohl, Herr Kaloy. Ein Drittel Fahrt voraus.
Before we reach the center, that plane that was so high come down and fly over the top of the trucks.
The other big bomb struck the station, and a lot of people got killed.
My conscience started to hit me. Said, my God, I am going to be responsible for the deaths of all these members of this group here.
And you have to get the target running down your bomb site. And we're bombing, one of the rural towns. I can't remember which one, whether it was Dusseldorf or Mannheim-Ludwigshafen or I bombed all those rural towns.
More ships were sunk in the Caribbean than anywhere else in the world. In fact, 70% of the ships sunk worldwide were sunk in the Caribbean.
Port of Spain's Red House has been the scene of many historic events. Under colonial rule, it was the seat of government for over 50 years. It was on the lawn before it that at a few minutes to midnight on the 30th of August 1962, Her Royal Highness, as the representative of the Queen, witnessed the birth of our nation, the 15th member of the Commonwealth. Representatives from over 50 nations were present when the Union Jack was lowered, marking the end of alien rule. On the stroke of midnight, our own national flag, red, white, and black, rose gracefully to the top, marking the attainment of freedom. Heads of religious bodies offered prayers to God to guide the new nation faithfully in the paths of democracy and peace. There was rejoicing among the people gathered in the University of Woodford Square that freedom had come, that the soil which their ancestors from many lands and of divers races had watered with their blood and sweat and tears had become their own to shape and to fashion. The rejoicing was marked by dignified restraint in keeping with the call to discipline by the Prime Minister, who in 6 brief years had led his people from colonialism to nationhood. August 31st, 1962. And here in the Red House, all are gathered to witness the official ceremony marking the inauguration of the first Parliament for independent Trinidad and Tobago. Her Royal Highness delivers the throne speech, then reads a personal message from Her Majesty the Queen.
I have it in command from Her Majesty the Queen to read the following message to her Parliament and people of Trinidad and Tobago. I am very pleased that my aunt, the Princess Royal, is acting as my personal representative at the celebrations to commemorate the independence of your country. I know that she has greatly looked forward to paying a return visit to Trinidad and Tobago and to being with you on this important occasion in your history. It is with every good wish for the future that I extend a warm welcome to Trinidad and Tobago as a new member of the Commonwealth family of nations. I do not doubt that your country, which has already shown how people of many varied origins and traditions may live harmoniously together, will, in spite of its small area, play a full part in promoting cooperation and mutual understanding in the world. I pray that God may bless and keep Trinidad and Tobago in all the years that lie ahead. Signed, Elizabeth Barr.
Her Royal Highness now hands over the constitutional instruments to the Prime Minister, who in turn replies.
May it please your Royal Highness, is with a feeling of deep pride, pleasure, and satisfaction, as Prime Minister of the newly independent state of Trinidad and Tobago, that I offer you for transmission to Her Majesty the Queen the profound thanks and appreciation of the government, Parliament, and people of this country for Her Majesty's gracious message. We have looked forward with considerable pleasure to our entry into the Commonwealth family. Now that this goal has been achieved, I ask you to convey to Her Majesty an expression of our unfailing loyalty and devotion to her throne and person. We have been inspired by her good wishes, and we pledge ourselves to fulfill the promise expected of us, not only by Her Majesty, but by all the nations of the world, to show how our small community, with its people drawn from many lands of diverse racial origins and subscribing to a variety of religious beliefs, can, in harmonious cooperation, make its contribution to the sum total of world peace, world progress, and world happiness. May I conclude by expressing the hope that this visit of yours to our shores, which is not the first, will certainly not be the last, and that we shall have on some future occasion the opportunity to display once more the esteem and affection in which you are held by the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and to demonstrate to you the contributions which we have set out to make to world democracy and to the defense and protection of human freedom.
The leader of the opposition, Dr. Capildale, now speaks.
May it please Your Royal Highness to accept our sincerest thanks from this side of the House for the signal honor you have so graciously bestowed upon us by being present among us on this unforgettable occasion. It is fitting that at this historic moment, independence is heralded with the adornment and luster of British parliamentary democracy, and that it is dedicated to the British parliamentary tradition. Every such dedication is a barrier which evil minds will have to surmount in order to advance into totalitarian paths. Nevertheless, we enter the future with high hopes and with unbounded confidence in ourselves, we and the other side of the House.
The ceremony is ended. Parliament is inaugurated, and independent Trinidad and Tobago has become the 15th member of the Commonwealth of Nations. What now are our responsibilities?
The first responsibility that devolves upon you is the protection and promotion of your democracy. Democracy means more, much more, than the right to vote, and one vote for every man and every woman of the prescribed age. Democracy means recognition of the rights of others. Democracy means the equality of all in the eyes of the law. Democracy means equality of opportunity for all in education, in the public service, and in private employment. I repeat, and in private employment. Democracy means responsibility of the government to its citizens, the protection of the citizens from the exercise of arbitrary power and the violation of human freedom and individual rights. Democracy means freedom of worship for all and the subordination of the rights of any one race to the overriding right of the human race. Democracy means freedom of expression and assembly and organization. All that is democracy. All that is our democracy, to which I call upon all citizens to dedicate themselves on this our Independence Day. This is what I meant when I gave the nation as its slogan for all time: discipline, production, tolerance. Our national flag belongs to all others. Our national coat of arms with our national birds inscribed therein is the sacred trust of all our citizens. So it is today. Please, I urge you, let it always be so. Let us always be able to say with the psalmist, behold how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity.
Discipline, production, tolerance. These are our goals. Discipline, both personal and collective. Greater production at all levels. Tolerance of the other's point of view or religion or social custom.
The first responsibility that devolves upon you is the protection and promotion of your democracy. Democracy means more, much more, than the right to vote, and one vote for every man and every woman of the prescribed age. Democracy means recognition of the rights of others. Democracy means the equality of all in the eyes of the law. Democracy means equality of opportunity for all in education, in the public service, and in private employment. I repeat, and in private employment. Democracy means responsibility of the government to its citizens, the protection of the citizens from the exercise of arbitrary power and the violation of human freedom and individual rights. Democracy means freedom of worship for all and the subordination of the rights of any one race to the overriding right of the human race. Democracy means freedom of expression and assembly and organization. All that is democracy. All that is our democracy, to which I call upon all citizens to dedicate themselves on this our Independence Day. This is what I meant when I gave the nation as its slogan for all time, discipline, production, tolerance. Our national flag belongs to all of us. Our national coat of arms with our national birds inscribed therein is the sacred trust of all our citizens. So it is today. Please, I urge you, let it always be so. Let us always be able to say with the psalmist, behold how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity.
To aspire, to achieve, to live together in interracial unity, to live together in a democratic society. In all those things lies the true significance of the words which adorn the coat of arms of my country, Trinidad and Tobago. A small country with less than 1 million people. These islands were discovered by the Genoese explorer Christopher Columbus in 1498. For these islands and their people, the era of colonialism had begun, and European civilization meant race extinction, slavery, pain in 1797. The British Parliament and people had learnt that slavery was unprofitable, unjust, and inhumane, but freedom did not come until 1833. For 165 years, Trinidad was under British rule. Land of the Hummingbird, the name given to Trinidad by its original inhabitants. Today it is also known as Land of Calypso. Here is Port of Spain, our capital and chief port. It is a bustling, fast-expanding metropolis with a population nearing 100,000. The old buildings are giving way to modern skyscrapers. Yet old landmarks like this Roman Catholic cathedral would be here for many years to come. A silent reminder, perhaps, to our young architects that as they build, they must have a thought of tomorrow. Going south, we come to Pointe-à-Pitre, the heart of our oil industry, a modern refinery, refueling depot for ships, and expanding harbor at the crossroads of the Caribbean. The mainstays of our economy are agriculture and industry, and the most important agricultural product is sugar. The sugar cane was introduced late in the 18th century. Over a period of 130 years, production of sugar has risen from 100 tons to 200,000 tons. In the beginning, African slaves provided the labor force. Came emancipation. African slave labor gave way to indentured labor from India, slavery under a different name. Today, the descendants of the Indian immigrants form the bulk of the workers in the sugarcane fields. The old order changeth, yielding to new. Old methods have given way to new equipment, new processes to increase output and meet the stern challenge of foreign competition. Our sugar is shipped in bulk, and the best buyer is Great Britain. The most important industry is oil production and refining. And Texaco's refinery at Pointe-à-Pitre, an expanding enterprise, is the second largest in the Commonwealth. Petroleum was discovered at La Brea, famous for its pitch lake, in 1857. In 1909, the quantity of crude oil exported was some 4,000 barrels. In the two world wars which followed, our oil industry was vital for Britain and her allies. At the moment, over 300,000 barrels of crude oil are processed daily. And to meet the needs of the Texaco and Shell refineries, crude oil is imported from the Middle East. Since 1961, a massive expansion program has resulted in construction of a lubricating oil plant as well as a cyclohexane plant. Indeed, the petroleum industry is the backbone of our economy. It is the greatest contributor to government revenue. This power station at Pinal and the old and new ones in Port of Spain are fueled with oil and gas from the oil fields. They supply all present needs, and their capacity is sufficient to meet expanding industrial needs for a long time to come. Citrus is one of the smaller industries. Oranges and grapefruit from the sun-drenched fields are brought to the packing plant to be cleaned, graded, and selected for export. Only the best fruits and juices reach the markets of the Caribbean, the United Kingdom, and Europe. A good deep water harbor and adequate berthing facilities for ships are among the essentials for industrial expansion. There are some who still go down to the sea in schooners, some of which, no larger than the caravels of Columbus, play an important part in inter-island trade. But the bulk of our incoming and outgoing trade is handled by large ocean-going ships. Construction of a modern port began in 1935, and because of rapidly increasing trade, expansion and modernization are still continuing. Incentives have attracted an increasing volume of foreign investment. This textile mill, for instance, supplies the home market and also exports to nearby lands. Our sunshine and our beaches attract visitors by the thousands every year. Many stay at our upside-down hotel, where there is a view of the city from every room. This is the Hilton Hotel, which caters to the needs of the most discerning, with its up-to-date facilities, and it has won a name for good cuisine, good entertainment, and above all, good service. There are beaches within easy reach of Port of Spain, while in Tobago, most of the hotels overlook beaches for which the island is famous. They are public beaches and are renowned for their safety. Trinidad and Tobago is the land of the calypso, the land of the steel band, the land of the limbo. All originated here. These and the folklore dance presentations add to the visitor's enjoyment. There are other traditions, and some of them are religious, like the Hussein festival of Islamic origin. It is marked by colorful processions, drum beating, and a ceremonial byplay. Our most famous traditional festival is Carnival, celebrated annually on the 2 days before Ash Wednesday. Originating in Spanish times, it has no resemblance to European or other carnivals. Among its distinguishing features are color, costume presentation, and spontaneity, fired by our two unique art forms, the steel band and the calypso.
Jehovah is your name. Jehovah is your name. Mighty warrior, great in battle. Jehovah is your name. Mighty warrior, great in battle. Jehovah is your name. Welcome, Holy Spirit. We are in your presence. Fill us with your power. Live inside of me. You're the living water. Never drying fountain. Comforter and counselor. Take complete control. Bless the Lord, oh my soul. Oh, my soul. I worship his holy name. Sing like never before. Oh, my soul. I worship your holy name. Sing it out loud. Bless the Lord, oh my soul. Oh, my soul. I worship his holy name. Sing like never before. Oh, my soul. I worship your holy name. Lord, I give you my heart, give you my soul. Live for you alone. Every breath that I take, every moment I'm away. Lord, have your way in me. Lord, I give you my heart, give you my soul. Live for you alone. Every breath that I take, every moment I'm away. Lord, have your way in me. Here I am to worship. Here I am to bow down. Here I am to say that you're my God. You're altogether lovely, altogether worthy, altogether wonderful to me. My God, and you made a way. When our backs were against the wall, and it looked as if it was over, you made a way. And we're standing here only because you made a way. You move mountains, you cause walls to fall with your power. Of all miracles, there is nothing that's impossible. And we're standing here only because you made a way. What a wonderful name it is. What a wonderful name it is. The name of Jesus Christ, my King. What a wonderful name it is. Nothing compares to his. What a wonderful name it is. The name of Jesus. sent to salvation. Kingdom destination. There I was in my glee, wallowing deep in a pig pen, full of life but so empty, on my way to a fiery end. But someone told me about a Savior who said he loves me and he cares. In times of storm he is my shelter, so in his arms you'll find me there. You see, I can't live life without him. He is my King of Kings. He's the reason I still live in. I can't leave him. Can't leave him. Never condemn or forsaken me dread. I can't leave him. Can't leave him. For God, man, I live in. For God, I go there. So few who made it through and come from the darkness of this world. When I saw the light, I found the truth. I have more than silver, more than gold. I give my life over to Jesus, the greatest decision I made. Boy, I recommend you try him. Jesus is the best upgrade. He came from earth and died on the cross, rose up just like a boss. When you see me smiling, he's the cause. I can't leave him. Can't leave him. Never condemn or forsaken me dread. I can't leave him. Can't leave him. God, man, I live in. For God, I go there. I am under the rock. The rock is higher than I. Jehovah hides me. I am under the rock. Go tell my enemies I am under the rock. Jehovah hides me. I am under the rock. I am under the rock. The rock is higher than I. Jehovah hides me. I am under the rock. Go tell my enemies I am under the rock. Jehovah hides me. I am under the rock. To righteousness, from hell bound to holiness, from sin to salvation, kingdom destination. Jesus, Yahweh, Yeshua, Jehovah.
Sylvester is the name. You might know me from my days. I was tearing up the stage. I was mashing up the place. Who would think a few years later I would change up my behavior to something greater? I get an encounter. God said, listen, daughter, I have an assignment here for you. This ain't what I sent you here to do. Michelle, girl, I love you. Come back to your father. And right in that moment, my heart was changed. One set of tears had run on my face. Thank God for amazing grace. Now I turn a different page. Nobody can stop my praise. Nobody can stop my praise. People say that I ain't changed. Them go say what they go say. Nobody can stop my praise. Nobody can stop my praise. I tell you, I safe on the inside. Nobody going outside. I safe on the inside. I'm leaning on the Lord's side today. I'm not going to turn back again. In Christ I go stay. It had nothing for me outside there.
Michelle, girl, well, anything. My story kinda the same. Calypso I used to sing, and his crown I used to win. Mash up the place all over the world, Switzerland, even England and Spain. Then when Jesus called out my name. Was late in the evening, was by the bar drinking, just having a time taking a smoke. But then I heard the Lord spoke, Denise was sleeping. No life of a meeting. And right in that moment my heart was changed. I could never be the same. Thank God for amazing grace. Now I turn a different page. Nobody can stop my praise. Nobody can stop my praise. People say that I ain't changed. Them go say what they go say. Nobody can stop my praise. Nobody can stop my praise. I tell you, I say from the inside. Nobody going outside. I say from the inside. I'm leaning on the Lord's side today. I'm not going to turn back again. In Christ I go stay. It had nothing for me outside there.
It had nothing for me outside day. Say it had nothing for me. It had nothing for me. Nothing for me outside day. No way. No demon in hell can conquer me. I am there a new authority. I can't change my past or change my heart. Bring a new wine out of me.
This world have nothing to offer me. In Jesus I find security. I tell you I say from the inside.
I'm not going back outside. Amazing grace. Now I turn a different page. Nobody can stop my praise. Nobody can stop my praise.
People say that I ain't changed. Them go say what they go say. Nobody can stop my praise. Nobody can stop my praise.
I tell you, I say from the inside. Nobody going outside.
I say from the inside.
I'm leaning on the Lord's side today.
I'm not going to turn back again. In Christ I go stay. It had nothing for me outside there.
And nothing for me. No.
Nobody can stop my praise.
Denise.
Nobody can stop my praise.
It has nothing for we. No, no, no. Tell them it has nothing for we. Outside.
Nobody going outside. I'm not going nowhere.
I'm leaning on the Lord's side today.
My island is the only place I know where people friendly and the pace of living slow. Women pretty and immense and tall, a peaceful place where problems are small. Nowhere else you will see every race living in harmony. African together, right here. Indian together, right here. Chinese together, right here. White man together, right here. My country, Trinidad. For me to live here, I must be mad. My island is the only place to be. All year long is happy activity. Pagua, Carnival and Jose, Independence and Labor Day. Diwali is something to see. The faith that lights up a great country. Practice together, right here. Hindu together, right here. Muslim together, right here. Christian together, right here. My country, Trinidad. For me to live here, I must be mad.
Trinidad and Tobago.
troubled world of hell and confusion, poverty, hunger, and frustration. My people home still partying, see bedding and complaining. Don't know how much people out there wish that they could be living here. Mandela wish he was right there. Ortega wish he was right there. Marcos wish he was right there. Jimmy Swaggart wish he was right there. My country Trinidad, for me to live here I must be mad. Now take a look at my little Tobago, a peaceful place where milk and honey flow. Ask me, says me, but flying fish and both curry, crab and dumpling fish. I know you're dying to know what else they have in Tobago. We have the goat race, right there. We have the great race, right there. You see a white sand, right there. And plenty nice woman, right there. My island Tobago, if ever I leave here, is there I go. Because no war and famine, right there. No bomb pelting, right there. Calypso playing, right there. And I stay in, right there. My country Trinidad, for me to live here I must be mad. How are you going? Nowhere. How are you staying? Right here. How are you going? Nowhere. How are you staying? Right here. 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 How are you going? How are you staying? How are you going? How are you staying? Right here. 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 Right here.
See me, Eyo. So long you not see me, when you see me, I will take it away. Yeah. So long you not see me, when you see me, I will take it away. Yeah. So long you not see me, woman say they want feel me, promoter say they need me, to mash up the place, to rip up the
They say my country so stressful, so tense. With race, hate, young jail, there too much violence. Girl, back up and go. Please, sweet Trinidad, go. I tell them no way. No way. scandal, they boastful and proud. Yet somehow I see all this foolery as window dressing. There's still a blessing. You see, I just see Toporicu, peas, rice, and cascado. Blue crab and galaloo, and never just give me not leaving. Not leaving. The naval string so deep and freedom no country. Where else in the world you know? Sweet fan and calypso. People just overflow 2 days in the street. Not leaving. Not leaving. It's here we conceive me, it's here I go there. I see a people creative who must overcome. Make magic from old steel, from rusty old drum. So why should I fear? Some tears here and there, I tell them no way. No way. Camaraderie so special, like natural instinct. They meet you by the river, is come take a drink. Unspoken but kind, no silent bad mind, so forget New York. I know the old talk. You see, I just drink some Calabash brew, punching rum and Mountain Dew. A pot plate I fell out to me, my phone they just bring me not leaving. Not leaving. The naval string so deep and freedom don't country. Where else in the world you know? Jump high then wind down low, and if you don't get on, so they watch you see reap. Not leaving, not leaving. It's here we conceive me, it's here I go there. The aroma rockas play, not leaving. Savannah where children play, not leaving. The sorrel, the mobby back, not leaving. The corn soup, the bacon chop, not leaving. The oval silara bat, not leaving. The pecan, the tit for tat, not leaving. The ritual of carnival, not leaving. So catch up the bacchanal, not leaving. I wake up one morning and before I stretch, it's Friday, my doubles, my nostril don't catch. And therefore my view, an ocean so blue, I'm going nowhere. Nowhere. Hummingbirds and blackbirds that sing in the trees, Chaponia and spices that waft in the breeze, while meat by the crop, a coochie and lapping forest grazing. It's so amazing. You see, I just watch a football match when Trinidad and Yankee clash. So much for me bossy lash, me head still dizzy. Not leaving, not leaving. The naval string so deep and freedom go country. Where else in the world you know? Milk and the honey flow. Patrons that spend down low and drink from a train. Not leaving, not leaving. It's here we conceive me, it's here I go there. Papaya, roll wire, we living in jail. Somehow I know peace will prevail. As folks will recall, our problems are small and going nowhere. Nowhere. The heart of my people is of solid gold. Like soca, they move you with rhythm and soul. So who want to leave? Because they believe that how they're easy. I said they're crazy. You see, I just see Toporicu, peas, rice, and cascado. Blue crab and galaloo, me never just give me not leaving. Not leaving. The naval string so deep and freedom do country. Where else in the world you know? Sweet fan and calypso. People just overflow 2 days in the street. Not leaving, not leaving. It's here we conceive me, it's here children play. The sorrel, the mobiba, the corn soup, the bacon shop, the oval silarabat, the beacon meeting for chat, the ritual of carnival, so catch up the bacchanal.
A Calypsonian has ranked our carnival among the wonders of the world. Indeed, he says, the greatest wonder of them all is the Trinidad Carnival. That was a quick glimpse at our everyday life in Trinidad and Tobago. But on the 31st of August 1962, there occurred the most significant event in our history, the attainment of independence. Her Royal Highness the Princess Royal came as the official representative of Her Majesty the Queen to the independence celebrations of Trinidad and Tobago. It was on a wet afternoon that the Princess was welcomed by the Governor General, Sir Solomon Ho Choi, and Lady Ho Choi, the Prime Minister, and other dignitaries. The Trinidad and Tobago Regiment, land arm of our defense force, made its first public appearance mounting the Royal Guard of Honor. After the inspection, the Prime Minister, Dr. Eric Williams, extended a welcome on behalf of the government, the Parliament, and the people, who regarded Her Highness's visit on such an historic and auspicious occasion as a reflection of Her Majesty's esteem of our people. The Princess replied that while this was not her first visit, she was most appreciative of the welcome extended to her. Then she was off to perform her first official engagement, the formal opening of the new multi-million-dollar airport terminal building. On the following day, Her Royal Highness, accompanied by the Governor-General, the Prime Minister and the party, attends a mammoth youth rally at the Queen's Park Oval. This is indeed one of the highlights of the independence celebrations. Not even the inclement weather could dampen the enthusiasm of the many thousands of school children who have come from every quarter to give a rousing welcome to the distinguished visitor. The rally began with a parade of the many youth groups, Her Royal Highness taking the salute. Later, one of the more interesting items on the program seems to capture the fancy of the princess. This is the joropo, one of our traditional dances of Spanish origin. Now the belay, which is of French origin. Port of Spain's Red House has been the scene of many historic events. Under colonial rule, it was the seat of government for over 50 years. It was on the lawn before it that at a few minutes to midnight on the 30th of August 1962, Her Royal Highness, as the representative of the Queen, witnessed the birth of our nation, the 15th member of the Commonwealth. Representatives from over 50 nations were present when the Union Jack was lowered, marking the end of alien rule. on the stroke of midnight, our own national flag, red, white, and black, rose gracefully to the top, marking the attainment of freedom. Heads of religious bodies offered prayers to God to guide the new nation faithfully in the paths of democracy and peace. There was rejoicing among the people gathered in the University of Woodford Square that freedom had come, that the soil which their ancestors from many lands and of divers races had watered with their blood and sweat and tears had become their own to shape and to fashion. The rejoicing was marked by dignified restraint in keeping with the call to discipline by the Prime Minister, who in 6 brief years had led his people from colonialism to nationhood. August 31st, 1962. And here in the Red House, all are gathered to witness the official ceremony marking the inauguration of the first Parliament for independent Trinidad and Tobago. Her Royal Highness delivers the throne speech, then reads a personal message from Her Majesty the Queen.
I have it in command from Her Majesty the Queen to read the following message to her Parliament and people of Trinidad and Tobago. I am very pleased that my aunt, the Princess Royal, is acting as my personal representative at the celebrations to commemorate the independence of your country. I know that she has greatly looked forward to paying a return visit to Trinidad and Tobago and to being with you on this important occasion in your history. It is with every good wish for the future that I extend a warm welcome to Trinidad and Tobago as a new member of the Commonwealth family of nations. I do not doubt that your country, which has already shown how people of many varied origins and traditions may live harmoniously together, will, in spite of its small area, play a full part in promoting cooperation and mutual understanding in the world. I pray that God may bless and keep Trinidad and Tobago in all the years that lie ahead. Signed, Elizabeth R.
Her Royal Highness now hands over the constitutional instruments to the Prime Minister, who in turn replies.
May it please your Royal Highness, it is with a feeling of deep pride, pleasure, and satisfaction, as Prime Minister of the newly independent state of Trinidad and Tobago, that I offer you for transmission to Her Majesty the Queen the profound thanks and appreciation of the government, Parliament, and people of this country for Her Majesty's gracious message. We have looked forward with considerable pleasure to our entry into the Commonwealth family. Now that this goal has been achieved, I ask you to convey to Her Majesty an expression of our unfailing loyalty and devotion to her throne and person. We have been inspired by her good wishes, and we pledge ourselves to fulfill the promise expected of us, not only by Her Majesty, but by all the nations of the world, to show how our small community, with its people drawn from many lands, of diverse racial origins, and subscribing to a variety of religious beliefs, can, in harmonious cooperation, make its contribution to the sum total of world peace, world progress, and world happiness. May I conclude by expressing the hope that this visit of yours to our shores, which is not the first, will certainly not be the last, and that we shall have on some future occasion the opportunity to display once more the esteem and affection in which you are held by the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and to demonstrate to you the contributions which we have set out to make to world democracy and to the defense and protection of human freedom.
The leader of the opposition, Dr. Capildale, now speaks.
May it please Your Royal Highness to accept our sincerest thanks from this side of the House for the signal honor you have so graciously bestowed upon us by being present among us on this unforgettable occasion. It is fitting that at this historic moment, independence is heralded with the adornment and luster of British parliamentary democracy, and that it is dedicated to the British parliamentary tradition. Every such dedication is a barrier which evil minds will have to surmount in order to advance into totalitarian paths. Nevertheless, we enter the future with high hopes and with unbounded confidence in ourselves, we and the other side of the House.
The ceremony is ended. Parliament is inaugurated, and independent Trinidad and Tobago has become the 15th member of the Commonwealth of Nations. What now are our responsibilities?
The first responsibility that devolves upon you is the protection and promotion of your democracy. Democracy means more, much more, than the right to vote, and one vote for every man and every woman of the prescribed age. Democracy means recognition of the rights of others. Democracy means the equality of all in the eyes of the law. Democracy means equality of opportunity for all in education, in the public service, and in private employment. I repeat, and in private employment. Democracy means responsibility of the government to its citizens, the protection of the citizens from the exercise of arbitrary power and the violation of human freedom and individual rights. Democracy means freedom of worship for all and the subordination of the rights of any one race to the overriding right of the human race. Democracy means freedom of expression and assembly and organization. All that is democracy. All that is our democracy, to which I call upon all citizens to dedicate themselves on this our Independence Day. This is what I meant when I gave the nation as its slogan for all time: discipline, production, tolerance. Our national flag belongs to all citizens. Our national coat of arms with our national birds inscribed therein is the sacred trust of all our citizens. So it is today. Please, I urge you, let it always be so. Let us always be able to say with the psalmist, behold how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity.
Discipline, production, tolerance. These are our goals. Discipline, both personal and collective. Greater production at all levels. Tolerance of the other's point of view or religion or social custom.
The Red House, the home of Trinidad and Tobago's legislative body and parliament. It's been standing here for 100 glorious but turbulent years. It's been shot at and gutted by fire. So it was rebuilt, and oh, it hasn't always been red. There's quite a lot of history within and around these walls, so join us on this journey into its past. For our purposes, we'll start in 1808. That's when most of Port of Spain was destroyed by fire. The fact that most of the buildings were made of wood and shingle contributed to the destructive force of the flames. As a result, new legislation was passed. From now on, all government buildings were to be constructed with brick. It was a well-intentioned law, but good intentions aren't always enough. But I'm getting ahead of myself. After the British arrived in Trinidad, one of the first steps they made towards establishing a more representative form of governance was the establishment of a council of advice, made up of 5 local landowners selected by the governor. Of course, local planters, being mostly of Spanish and French origin, weren't happy with this arrangement, since none of them were ever selected to the council. So for many years, they petitioned the governor for a truly representative form of government. Finally, in 1831, the Legislative Council was established. The members were local big shots, if you will. Any decisions made by this body had to be approved by the governor and the colonial office, but could be vetoed by the British government. With the formation of this Legislative Council, it became apparent that a building was needed to house the members for their meetings and for official documents. So, on the 15th of February 1844, Governor Sir Henry MacLeod laid the foundation stone for a new block of government buildings to be positioned on the west of Brunswick Square. We know Brunswick Square as the University of Woodford Square. The architect of the building was Richard Bridgens, the Superintendent of Public Works, trained in British classicism. Bridgens designed 2 buildings, but these designs weren't particularly well received. Just 2 basic colonial buildings to occupy 2 blocks north and south of Prince Street. Each building had a 15-bay facade. The building's entrances were on the north and south facades and were joined by a double archway. The archway was designed to appease the city council. They said Prince Street must remain open to all traffic, pedestrian and otherwise. The southern wing, which contained the law courts, was opened in 1848. 4 years after the foundation stone was laid. 1 month later, Lord Harris formally inaugurated the council chamber with a service at the Trinity Cathedral. We aren't sure what the building's interiors look like. They must have had a chamber to house the courtroom or legislature, and of course, administrative offices, but the actual layout is unknown. Not much happened to the building after that. Construction stalled until an article appeared in the Port of Spain Gazette in 1892. In it, the author complained that the building had been abandoned for 50 years. He said the building's design was bland and unimpressive. It was apparent that work was not complete because the structure was becoming synonymous with a promise unfulfilled. Perhaps someone may have taken the article to heart, or maybe the need for proper record-keeping facilities was overwhelming because work on the building was renewed. J.E. Tanner, the then Director of Public Works, presented plans for 2 new buildings, and work was started on them in 1895. His plans were quite ambitious. Additions, 2 stories tall, would be erected on the southern corner of the northern building. A similar structure would also be erected on the northern end of the southern building.
Originally, it was 2 buildings with throughway, which is connected what is now Sackville Street and used to be called Prince Street, connected Sackville to St. Vincent Street and to Brunswick Square, which is now Woodford Square. So people were able to walk through the building, in between the 2 buildings, through archways, from one side to the next.
Both additions would be joined to create an interior courtyard. The new structures would house the Registrar's Office and the Record Office. Cost of the project, £15,000. The new construction completely changed the character of the building. Instead of two buildings, it was finally one structure. 1897 was Queen Victoria's Diamond Jubilee. The buildings were painted red in her honor, and the people promptly christened the building the Red House. The newer building material probably contrasted with the older work. A fresh coat of paint was applied to complete the look. It made the old look new and the new look just right. Unfortunately, in spite of all the hard work, this Red House only lasted 6 years. On the 23rd of March 1903, the new ordinance regarding water rates in the capital was being debated in the Legislative Council. At the same time, the Ratepayers Association was staging a protest meeting in Brunswick Square. As expected, the public was not pleased with this new ordinance, since some of its clauses would force a rate increase.
Honorable people, ladies and gentlemen, please listen, listen. I just walked out of the Legislative Council chamber. They are insisting that only ticket holders will be allowed inside the public gallery, and they are not accepting a proposal to move an adjournment of the House. I, for one, am not staying in any chamber if the people of this country have to get tickets to see their representatives at work.
When the meeting in Brunswick Square concluded, the angry crowd converged on the Red House, throwing stones and other objects. They destroyed all the windows, including a stained glass designed to commemorate the arrival of Christopher Columbus to Trinidad and Tobago. But it was when police arrested a woman in the crowd that the violence turned ugly. The crowd threw so many stones and other missiles into the council chamber that members had to hide under tables, chairs, and behind pillars to avoid being struck. Governor Maloney refused to budge, insisting that the ordinance remain. An enraged crowd set the lower story of the Red House on fire, forcing the police to read the Riot Act, essentially giving them permission to quell the crowd by any means necessary. When the dust cleared, 16 people were dead and 42 were injured. The Red House was completely destroyed by fire. Only a burnt-out shell remained. But from a closer look at the damage, it seems that all was not lost. As this picture of the Red House clearly shows, the building's exterior survived, and even this picture shows a building that is remarkably similar to its modern incarnation. It appears that some of the original structure was retained in the rebuilding process. Work on rebuilding the Red House began quickly. 1 year after the water riots of 1903 destroyed the Red House, construction started. D.M. Hahn, chief draftsman of Public Works, designed and commissioned the new building. The work would cost £7,485. The cost included the gesso work in the Legislative Council chamber. Gesso is a mixture of plaster of Paris that is prepared with glue. The gesso work alone cost £7,200. The chamber ceiling was painted Wedgwood blue and accented with white gesso work. Quite a striking combination. An English firm, Messrs. Jackson & Sons, was hired to do the work on the ceiling. The decorations, made in England and shipped to Trinidad in crates. An Italian craftsman brought in to install the ceiling. Hahn also designed the dais and entablature at the building's eastern end. The columns and the entablature were made of purple heart wood. The paneling was rustic.
The style of the building is what we call classical revival or neoclassical architecture. Classical architecture has always been associated with strength, with permanence, with dominance. And you find that in a lot of countries that were colonized, the colonizing country generally built that type of building to indicate that they were the superpower.
A single passageway was created to replace the double archway. This meant that vehicular traffic could no longer pass through the Red House, but pedestrians were free to pass through as they pleased, from Abercrombie to St. Vincent Street and back. A fountain was placed in the center of the rotunda. Not simply for decorative purposes, it helped cool the offices, making life more bearable in the tropical heat.
The Red House is designed as a tropical building. You must remember it's now air conditioned, but that when it was built, there wasn't any air conditioning. So the building is very, very good where airflow is concerned. Air comes in through the gates. It's cooled in the rotunda because the fountain is there, and then it goes up. The hot air rises and goes up through the clerestory windows. Even the wings of the building, you have an external corridor where these big doors open onto the corridor so that the air can pass from one side of the building straight through to the next. This has always been the case. The building is properly designed for the tropics.
But it was only during this construction that the most important feature of the Parliament was added. A public gallery was designed and included in the new building. So now people were officially invited to come and observe their government and representatives in action. Finally, some 3 years after work commenced, the Red House as we know it was completed. On February 4th, 1907, Governor Jackson opened the Red House to the public. The rubble of the original Red House was removed and used as landfill for Victoria and Harris squares. During World War I, Brunswick Square was given its current name, Woodford Square, and modern Port of Spain took shape. Over the years, several government departments made their home in the Red House. The Attorney General, the Registrar General, Lands and Surveys Department, Judges' Chambers, the Courts of Justice, the Law Libraries, the Parliament and the Legislative Council, the antecedent to our modern-day Parliament, were all located in the Red House. Eventually, as the country matured, gaining independence and becoming a republic, many departments moved out of the Red House.
When I became a member of Parliament in 1971, the courts were in the Red House. So that even though by that time we were independent and there was the separation of powers, the courts were in the Red House and the Legislative Council had now become the Parliament because we were an independent state. All were coexisting together with some of the government departments of the Red House.
Today, the Red House continues to host the Parliament of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago in its North Wing and Rotunda.
When we look at the Parliament represents really three things. It's a structure that is on a tripod, and that tripod is representation, it is dialogue, and it is accountability.
Like a phoenix, the Red House rose from the ashes to be reborn together with the hopes and aspirations of a young but strong democracy. Then, 1990. July 27th, 1990. It was Friday, so Parliament was in session. Then, just after 6 in the evening, gunmen stormed the Parliament. They entered the chamber, taking then Prime Minister A.N.R. Robinson, 8 of his cabinet ministers and 6 other members of Parliament hostage.
On that fateful day, the 27th of July 1990, when the Parliament broke for tea, there was a delay in the Parliament coming back. By 5:10, it had not yet been recalled, and I left the Parliament at that stage. And my office, of course, I was leader of the opposition, and my office was not far away, just on Frederick Street. And normally on a Friday evening, I would clear my desk, so I went back to do that. And while I was there, I heard this almighty explosion, and then the next thing I heard bullets, and I saw people running on Knox Street, and from Frederick Street to Knox Street and vice versa.
The Red House was shot at and even shelled during the 6-day coup. Bullet holes were found in the walls, doors, and windows of the building, and even in the ceiling. A gaping hole was discovered on the ground floor in the southern end of the building. 7 people were killed. Roger George, Assistant Superintendent. Lorraine Caballero, Clerical Officer. Malcolm Basanta, Estate Policeman. Mervyn Teague, Government Broadcasting Unit Employee. Arthur Giuseppe, Ex-Policeman. George Francis, Chauffeur. Simon MacLeod, Police Headquarters Sentry. The representative for Digger Martin Central, Member of Parliament Leo Devines, was injured in the attack, He later died of his wounds at hospital. His portrait now hangs in the Parliament chamber. For weeks, the Red House stood as the symbol for our shattered democracy. The coup shook the easygoing attitude of Trinbagonians, and for a time, the injured building reflected the nation's brokenness, shock, and pessimism. But then, it was time for healing. The restoration of the Red House began. The project was set out in 3 phases. The first focused on the southern end of the Red House. At the time of the coup, the upper southern wing of the Red House was vacant. Phase 2 saw the repainting and refurbishing of the outside of the building and the northern chamber. The third and final phase, which includes a complete restoration of the entire building, is underway. During the repair and renovation, the pedestrian path through the building was finally closed. Sittings of both the Senate and the House of Representatives were hosted in the Central Bank Auditorium for some 3 months while the Southern Chamber was being restored. Sittings returned to the Red House by the 5th of November 1990, just in time for the opening of the 5th session of the Third Republican Parliament, and after 1 year resumed in the original Northern Chamber. The session opened with a rededication of the chamber and a memorial service. A plaque with the names of all those who died was unveiled. The eternal flame was lit to commemorate their lives. It remains lit to remind us of the need to be ever vigilant in the protection of our democracy. The flame stands atop the marble cenotaph on the eastern lawn. The oath of allegiance of members of Parliament, the national anthem, the affirmation of the people, and the names of those we lost to the coup are all inscribed on the cenotaph. When the People's National Movement was re-elected in 1992, then Prime Minister Patrick Manning decided to replace the dragon or sea serpent on top of the building with a dove. At the time, it was a controversial move. The dove, made of copper and painted white, weighed 20 pounds. The Ken Morris design was put in place the night of January 11, 1992, just in time for the ceremonial opening of the parliamentary session. It stands atop the Red House as a symbol of the strength of our democracy, grounded in the heart of our nation and built with its sweat and tears. Its position adjacent to the University of Woodford Square means the Red House is uniquely positioned to allow direct communication between the people and its government.
Woodford Square was always there, and there was a relationship between Woodford Square and the Red House. Woodford Square developed into the People's Parliament, reflecting, in a sense, the fact that the Legislative Council was in the Red House and nearby, so that relationship always existed between the Red House and Woodford Square and the people.
By surviving the coup, the Red House stands as a symbol of the strength of our democracy.
If we are to think of that parliament located elsewhere, I believe we would have lost some of that, the strength that we have in a building that represents from the very beginning the birth of nationhood for Trinidad and Tobago.
After undergoing several cycles of construction, destruction, and reconstruction, the Red House you see today is truly reflective of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. It was transformed from 2 classical British buildings to one that reflects the cosmopolitan character of the country. Quite a lot has changed in 100 years. Imagine what would happen to it over the next 100. Thank you for joining me on this little journey into its past, our past.
See me, so long you not see me, when you see me, I will take it away. So long you not see me, when you see me, I will take it away. So long you not see me, woman said they want feel me, promoter said they need me. To mash up the place, to rip up the place, so can music don't steal me, and the power reveal me. Some woman claim that they dream me. I swear. So long you not see me, when you see me, I will take it away. So long you not see me, when you see me, I will take it away. I miss all the commotion and all the promotion and crossing the ocean and all the celebration and all my peers together at one location. I swear. So long you not see me, when you see me, I will take it away. So long you not see me. So long you not see me, when you see me, I will take it away. So long you not see me. So long you not see me. Woman said they want feel me, promoter said they need me. To mash up the place, rip up the place, so come music and steal. The power reveal me. Some woman said they dream me. I swear. So long you not see me, when you see me, so long you not see me. So long. I miss every Grenadian and all Vincentian and all them Belgian and all Jamaican and all St. Lucian and all the islands. I swear.
Look the band coming. Look up below. Yeah, everybody jump. Look the band coming. People start to jump. Jump up in the band. Everybody in the band. Jump up. Everybody jump in the band. Jump up in the band. Everybody in the band. Jump up. Let me see you raise your hands and put them in the air. Put them in the air. Let me see you raise your hands and put them in the air. Put them in the Hands up in the air, 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 hands up in the air. Everybody wear something, wear something, wear something. Vikings come in, let me see you wear something. Wear something, wear something. The Spaniards come in, let me see you put hands up in the air, 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 hands. Everybody.
place. Everybody winding up and cocktail in the face. Walking up and cooking up like cocktail in the face. We don't want to slow when comes to policies. Tell me what you want the party stars. You know you love the sucker from the bottom of your heart. Tell me what you want the better starter. Come on, show me the steady when they fall right. Sit down, get down, sit down, get down. Bring it fire, let it go, and everybody say.
Please come back up now, anywhere, anyhow. Don't get it in now, cause I had 10 drinks in a row. Head man in a crowd, Hail mass in a crowd. Life side like a crowd, and the whole place getting loud. Do me a favor, don't tell me about behavior. Do me a favor, don't put me in no jail now. Do me a favor, don't tell me about behavior. Do me a favor. Last time that I checked, it was what you wanted. Last time that I checked, whole party get drunk. Last time that I checked, everybody in sweat. Last time that I checked, all the police upset. Let me get on like we don't play. Getting up barricade. We don't like violence. We don't have no plan and no play. We don't party in vain. Party like we don't pay. Don't have no pride and no shame. I don't care who calling me. Chant it again. Do me a favor, don't tell me about behavior. Do me a favor, don't put me in no jail now. Do me a favor, don't tell me about behavior. Do me a favor,
I've been patient and I've been waiting. I'll be struggling, but I can get over it. Never say goodbye, those things I know I can get over it.
So don't you let me down again. Cause I'm depending on you, so you better come through this time before I call. Let you be me. It was a misunderstanding. This is my apology.
Look where we reach again. End up in a party in the streets again. Even though I never wanna change it, 1,000 man and 1,000 girl, I wanna know more. Look where we reach alone. Where we bring it up to the beach alone. Just let the relationship be like it's not your man, it's not my girl. Until we reach so you could talk to your man.
We going straight or we going left?
Best late entry of the century. Brother! Yo! I'm not going no small flag, so no one bets. Apologies on a big fat with big flag going overhead like canopy. Rag in my back pocket with a white vest, sneakers and wallabies. Knife tips, just mind the wire. Really rate none of these. I come from past festival and from customs and from flower mills. What's a fit for your fit and license and fit and them and a power pit. Cables about the head, nicely. Power still, if it's me and only me. In the meantime, I come here first. I come to party with now. So all of the people for your 2 1 in the year, you 2 1 in the year, you 2 1 in the year. I never come here for a stand up. I come to party with my all of the people for your 2 1 in the year, you 2 1 in the year. All soccer lovers do this. Show me your hand. 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 All I know is bass. Fighters rough like sea. Going out all night. No go me for free. When one thing done, we start a soul straight.
Okay, that was good. Very interesting. Let's get back to the set. Back it up next. Put your hand on the knees. Put your hand on the knees. Put your hand on the knees.
My brother Superman, good evening. Man, a big dog. I saw you disappear if you never did bang. Me know a couple in just a sing song. With the people you want to tell you get fam. See, full of them like this. Let's recollect once again. We are rolling through your streets today to express our heartfelt gratitude. We said thank you for your support. Towards your concert, just say our said. Thank you for your support.
I chose to come out today mainly because it is the last opportunity before an election to make myself available to you for
We are just here saying thank you for your support. Thank you for your support.
Simplify your life that was so complex. Of course, discuss. No need for that putting benefit, but never see that I road. Anyway, you would have never stay home. Anyway, he would have leave you alone. Anyway, he have a back up for. Anyway, I teach him every corner he could pass any test. I drop him off tomorrow, you could handle the rest. So when you see him come up and you're feeling impressed, remember to be grateful he learned from the best. You think Masha could have be at some side, and if I need to help you, let what will be right. So you should be the happiest and all that is lost and has now. You're
It's celebration time. The P&M family, we are just here to say thank you. Thank you. We are here saying thank you. Who is that? Like, whoa. Oh, look how we coming.
One more time, yeah, let's start it. So call out the bride and party. Make all the residents happy. Make it snappy. Money for the king like Papi. On the road like oh, yeah. Running things like oh, yeah. We wanna drink and party all day. No bar when I stop with no way. We are the life of the party, you know.
backstage general of VIP.
The T&T, we on the road once more. Once
The party, we go pay, we love it, well and free. Good food and drinks in a put the party on my shoulder, cause we outside. So love, yeah, alright. We outside. So love,
we outside, boys. It's celebration time. We want to thank you for your support. We celebrating this Sunday evening. Carry on. Whoa. Say carry on, baby.
Carry on, carry on. Wind it up, wind it up, wind it up. I wanna shake it up, shake it up, shake it up.
Big up all the people in the pavilion right now. Big up all our friends in the pavilion. If you're your family, just say thank you. Say yeah.
You have me singing.
Daniel, so they want to stop a little bit on because the lights, alright?
I don't think shot.
Celebration time!
Boom bam, now we take one for the road. Battle up, nice, yeah, battle up. Boom bam, now we take one for the road. Boom bam, now we take a shot for the road. Boom bam, now we take one for the road. Battle up, nice, yeah, battle up. Now we go down now, my way. Let's around my drive, my way.
My family, party car done. My family, one on the rum, one for the road. Party up nice, yeah, party up good. Boom bam, now we take one for the road. Boom bam, now we take a shot for the road. Boom bam, now we take one for the road. Party up nice, yeah, party up good. Boom bam, now we take one for the road. Boom bam, now we take a shot for the road. Boom bam, now we take one for the road. Party up
I understand that yesterday and today is two of the hottest days. So you see right now, celebration time. I want to Real vibes on the truck today. Where the crowd? Where the crowd? Whoa! Yeah! We just want to say thank you for your support. You guys went out in your numbers. You made the right choice. And now the P&M has prevailed. I want to get you should have smiled when you see my tongue pop when it's not free. So deep. That's the time where you have to be selling. See what I choose. Anyway, I'm in the streets. Anyway, I'm more than it. Anyway, you should have done it for me. Anyway, listen. Why not I give you no one to do what's wrong? No, I'm a man that can treat my wrong. I don't know what I help from before. That's all we have been in your heart was low. Food where I give you now you never will regret. Empty your place, you have everything set. Congratulations, you and I jump and that's the house now. Well done. I upgrade tonight. I upgrade tonight. I upgrade tonight. Love your man is alright. I upgrade tonight. I upgrade tonight. I upgrade tonight. So tell you now how to listen. I'm picking up a fix of my love and that. Picking up a fix of my love and that. I'm picking up a fix of my we are just here saying thank you for your support. Thank you for your support. I give you back my text. Simplifying your life that was so complex. Of course, discuss. No need for another putting benefit. But I see what I wrote. Anyway, you would have never stay home. Anyway, you would have leave you alone. Anyway, you have a backup phone. Anyway, I teach him every corner he could pass any test. I drop him off tomorrow to the heart to the rest. So when you see it come up when you're feeling impressed, remember to be grateful he learned from the best. You think my shot could have been a side, and if I didn't help you, it wouldn't be right. So you should be the happiest in all that is us. Us now, you're welcome. It's celebration time. See my team with a real waistline. You come back for your
Cause you know what we like. You wanna hear this one more time. Girl, let me start it. So call out the bride and party. We'll make all the residents happy. Party, can't make it snappy. On the way to the king like Papi. On the road like oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Running things like oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. We wanna drink and party all day. No matter when I stop with no way. We are the life of the party, you know. Live your life how you want it. Okay, oh yes, and we out and man. Oh yes, and we get out the man. Oh yes, and we like some man. Oh yes, we go party. Oh yes, and we like it to run. See, that's when to release your stress. Oh yes, so we ain't done yet. Fucking ding dong. Oh, dirty bad mind, don't like we on the road, you know. Don't like when we buy expensive clothes, you know. Have a party, let me party. Backstage, general on VIP.
The T&T on the road once more. Once
Love the party, we go pay, but we have it well free. Good food and drinks in a food. Put the party on my shoulder, cause we outside. So love the yeah. The life, yeah, alright. Cause we outside. So love the yeah. The life, yeah, alright. We
we outside, boys. It's celebration time. We want to thank you for your support. We celebrate this Sunday evening. Carry on. Whoa. Say carry on, baby.
Carry on, carry on. Wind it up, wind it up, wind it up. I wanna pick it up, pick it up, pick it up.
Big up all everybody in the pavilion right now. Big up all our friends in the pavilion. Wow. You feel your family just said thank you. Say yeah.
Daniel, so they want to stop a little bit on the crossy lights, alright?
Shot.
Celebration time!
Boom bam, now we take one for the road. Battle up, yes, yeah, battle up good. Boom bam, now we take one for the road. Boom bam, now we take a shot for the road. Boom bam, now we take one for the road. Battle up, yes, yeah, battle up good. Now we go down now by the let's around my guy by the my family, party card on, my family, one on the rum, one for the road, battle up, yes, yeah, battle up good. Boom bam, now we take one for the road. Boom bam, now we take a shot for the road. Boom bam, now we take one for the road. Battle up, yes, yeah, battle up good. Boom bam, now we take one for the road. Boom bam, now we take a shot for the road. Boom bam, now we take one for the road. Battle up,
I understand that yesterday and today is two of the hottest days. So you see right now, celebration time. I want to Where vibes on the truck today? Where the crowd? Where the crowd? Whoa! Yes! Whoa! Yes! We just want to say thank you for your support. You guys went out in your numbers. You made the right choice. And now the PNL has prevailed. I want to get I want to get I want to get I want to
Once I have all requirements that you need, I understand. Suitable, diverse, reliable. It's the higher rate, I just want to put one for me. I come for this one, sign me up, I come for this one, sign me up, I come for this one, sign me up, I come for it. I come for this one, sign me up, I come for this one, sign me up, I come for this one. I don't want to come for it. I can see, I could feel number one employee. I am to please, guaranteed. I fix and ready. I like it, well equipped. The doctor, I'm ready. This thing on my man, I'm looking for one.
Tell me, yo, I come for this one.
Sign me up, I come for this one. Sign me up, I come for this one. Sign me up, I come for it. Was ready, I come for this one. Sign me up, I come for this one. Sign me up, I come for this one.
Real vibes to the real vibes. There you go.
I don't know if you gonna reach your man, but I tell you now, you're my woman. I don't know if you reach your side man, but I tell you,
we say thank you.
You give me that jammy
I don't know if you
come here with your man, but I'm telling you now,
You're my woman. I don't know if you inside here with your side man.
The boss outside, boy. Boss outside.
You give me that jammish feeling. Jammish, 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 jammish. For everything, I want to jam on somebody that I know. I ready to look in the face. Just looking really. I want to jam on. I don't want no one, all I want is baby woman. Baby woman. I don't want no one, all I want is baby woman.
Well, for Tony
Baby woman. I don't want no one, woman. All I want is baby woman. Give me baby woman. I don't want no one, woman. All I want is baby woman. Give me baby woman. You know I want love. Them on.
We must say thank you. You guys went out and did what you have to do, so it's celebration time now.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Celebration time now. Here we go.
Now everything's in top. Right now I'm higher than a tree top. We're gonna shell it like we never did before. And it's party, we love. 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 Yeah. Party, we love. Party, we love. Party, we love. Yeah. Party, we love. 24/7. Party, we love. Yeah. Right on. Play, dance, turn right on. Yeah. You don't know we come out on. Play. The girl them look sexy.
How we feeling right now? How we feeling? Now we make a mass on the junction. The whole team outside here today, boy. Yeah, man. Councilor Maria Baptiste wants to say thank you. She also brought her brother and Councilor Stefan wanted the whole team here. The whole team here. Watch me, watch me, watch me.
This is a big part of life, so I must live and never die. In this body, I must have, so speak not like that is right. Only artists you must be able without a music. We got a time, we got
On the arm, like money. You don't like that, Daniel. One more time. What is that? Council of Realities, since yes, here to say thank you for your support. Yeah. You guys went out to the court and paid your bill. And for that, we must show our gratitude. Let's go!
Whenever you can brace up something, up against the wall, brace up. I say brace up something, and don't let it fall. Brace up. My song and music play, I can't get enough of that. Brace up. When you brace up something, way up the dance floor, way up, come on, brace up. One piece of wine in a one piece of bubble in. Keep up. When the first time I hear this, when I tell myself to be a man, it's something for your ways and for your fight, for your wine up and along. If you go Father than the best that I finish. So many times you step up to the top to the top, from the bottom to the top, you finish. When every man feel away from right, feel away from the right, tiger away from down, feel away from shirt, feel away, copy that from out to the grave, take one. Set up your fat, take two.
Thank you so much. Thank you for making me one choice. Thank you so very much. You guys have made the right choice. I'm glad we say thank you. We say thank you. And when the girl came from, we love you. We love you so very much. We love you so Take a trip now. Shake it, wow. We are the sound of 100,000 coming up with you. We are the vibration of the when the music goes. We are the mud and the oil and we come the body of the groove. Baby girl, them wine and strike the electric pose. Take a trip now. Shake it now. Take a sit down.
This wouldn't have been possible. I want a girl who can find all this. Give it all I want and make me feel happy. Hold on, Jack. You want to come down from it? Hey, 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 hey. This could not have been possible if it wasn't for you. Thank you so very much. Thank you. I want a girl who can find all this. Give it all I want and make me feel happy. Hey, hey. Oh, what's my people of mine? What's my people of mine? What's my people? I want to be how my friends can make. Push it up, she goes until I say okay now. Hey, 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 hey. No woman in the band, no woman in the band, I get that way. No woman in the band, no woman in the band, I get that way. No woman in the band, no woman in the band, I get that way. No woman in the band, no woman in the band, I get that way. They call me Steve, boy, they call me Steve, boy. When I went on the girl and them mystic, I like a cactus, boy. They call me Steve, boy, they call me Steve, boy. When I went on the girl and them, they asked me if this is free. I want a boy who make me cry all day. I want to feel so sweet that I get cavities. Hey, 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 hey. I want to talk inside the conversation in the Residents of Parlview, we want to extend our gratitude to you. Miss Maria Baptiste will be serving as your counselor for the first time. Yet, you guys have trusted her with this job, and for that we say thank you. We make time today to extend our gratitude to you. The whole P&M team is here to say thank you. It's all about you today. We are in celebration mode because of you. Thank you. Whoa. We are in celebration mode because of you. This would not have been possible had it not been for you. Let's go. We all talk about right now. Your counselor Maria she's on your street right now to say thank you. She's here to thank you for your support. Let's Can you feel the energy? We are just saying thank you, that's all. Thank you. I'm gonna feel that it's over, well it's more so bad to come. I'm gonna feel that the wine is done, well it's more wine to come. I'm gonna feel that the jumping done, well it's more jumping. Life grow from the bottom of our hearts. We say thank you so very much, thank you. Rolling, well tight, rolling, all night. And if I had nothing like this before, but this time I'm not trying to find this from my soul. Sometimes I feel like you don't appreciate me. I need a hand. Sometimes I feel that you are not for me. But take me home, but I am the roses on your face. I am the beginning of your voice. I am so bad. I am the chocolate in your heart. Thank you for your support. We appreciate you. We love you. Thank you. Cause I'm my love. You don't want to do what you cause I need a good mother. Say your sister overload. I'm gonna feel that it's over, don't ya? Well, it's more so got to come on. I'm gonna feel that the wine is done, ya? Well, it's more wine to come on. I'm gonna feel that the jumping done, ya? Well, it's more jumping to come on. I'm gonna feel that it's over, done, ya? Well, it's more so got to come. Sweet thing, paradise. Sweet thing, all night. You never had nothing like this before. And this kind of pleasure you can't find it from my soul. Sometimes I feel like you don't appreciate me. I feel a headache. Sometimes I feel like you don't want to support me. Because I want that, but I am the roses on your face. I am the beginning. We are just saying thank you for your support, my bro. I am so bad. I am the champion. Welcome to my elect. Miss Maria Matisse, she's here saying thank you. I am so bad. Cause I need a good mother. It just wants to do what we want. Cause I need a good mother. Say your sister overload. What did you say? One time, come back to the wine, come to the wine. I'm rolling down, She will be back in 2026. Just when we have first of many turns, she'll be back again in 2026. Listen! She said it's not that talk, it's the mind I get deep and she like it's a big drunk and fall in love with her. She went in on me, look how they just in this face, like a freak of the face. Then she started to walk up to her, my machine of the place, and all that. I'm coming at you, I'm coming at you, I'm coming at you. You're going to see my head, I'm coming at you, I'm coming at you, I'm coming at you. You're going to see what's going on? Well, I hope nobody did me out every time I open up my mouth in a party. In a party. And it's certain things that they don't know how to keep the thing from below in a party. How you feel today? I'm free to be. I'm free to be now. Those things only to serve you. And right now where you can't get. As I open the door, they call me up away. Cause I get the road and I ain't no home and so I inside of that. Getting drunk and wet, drunk and wet, drunk and wet. To the one of food again.
We're coming back a little bit. Just reverse a little bit, please. Reverse a bit, reverse a bit. Reverse a bit. Nicely. We get there.
A special Sunday evening to all the residents of Calabash. Yes, this is the voice of the building once more. This time we are here to tell you thank you so very much. From deep to the depths of our hearts, we want to tell you thank you and we love you. You guys showed up and you showed off. You made the right choice. Thank you, thank you.
Don't need to wind up me in the party. I'm already drunk.
Thank you so very much. We appreciate you. That's the more we love you. We are celebrating because of your hard work. We love you. Let's get wild. Thank you, residents. Thank you. It's me on the farm, the gas farm. We got some different things in the box, I'm shaking it. It's me on the farm, the gas farm. We got some different things in the box. Presidents, this is the voice of the PNM, and we are here to say thank you. This could not have been possible without you. We appreciate you so very much. We love you. Thank you for voting for your councilor, Maria Matisse. She walking up a storm, whining in a circle. Watch how she perform. She's so cool. When she whining free, people from her staring. And man on the knees. And man A special good afternoon to residents of 2nd Street West. This is the voice of the PNM. We are here to say thank you for your support on the 14th of August. Thank you for elected Councilor Maria Matisse. Thank you for making the right choice. We love you. Your councilor is here to tell you thank you so very much, man. Celebration time. Let's go. For the dust to rise, oh, powder in your eye. Now we come to life, oh, with a cement on my side. Your left melting waist, powder in your face, open up the place. In the upper session, we'll be having a nice time. It's from one bed to the next one, but then no, that is my style. I'm going to reach down on the thunder now. Touch down the one to jump around. This is how we celebrate. performance on the 14th. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so very much for your support. Thank you. We love you. Thank you.
Share with your girls, all my brothers, all my sisters.
5 p.m. Plummer, we celebrate it to the man. Thank you.
The party is on the rain. We don't care what the people say. What's the music? So much powers I can't explain. Until I go that day, you wanna take me away. All the man will say, I'm phenomenal. 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 I'm fresh from Africa. From Africa. Let me see you, I know the bumper. I'm not closer to me. Now give me when you put back that thing out and answer my fantasy. Girl, your body looking good, and you put me in a mood. When you wind your eyes so good, then she got up, hola. She come on me tonight, hola. Then I get she tonight, hola. I'm so big and you hold your feeling good. She got up, hola. Just give me some better, hola. When you don't give me hola. When you don't give me good, I keep on hola, 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 hola.
Next request. A blessed Sunday evening going out here. We are here to say thank you for your support. Thank you so very much.
I'm coming now, stay on me, my phone. Anything that you want, tell them all that you want. Can't see you with no behavior. Your business is thing. And pretend you're in front of the mirror. And it's not in there, no way. And your body looking good. And you put me in the mood. When you wind your eyes so good. And she call up, hola. She come on with me like, hola. And I give she the thing like, hola. I'm shopping great and you know you're winding good. She call up, hola. Just give me some time now, hola. When we step down the wine now, hola. But you're something really good. And she call hola, 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 hola. She call hola, hola.
A special announcement going out to you. Your T&T Council of Realities. She's on your street saying thank you.
She come in, she come in, she come in. And I hold on tight. Girl inside, she come in, she come in, she come in.
Good evening. Thank you so very much.
But I don't know what I'm going to do. She coming to said I'm doing things black and white. She gets me on this girl, the end of the world, so I'm the kind of things right. She said there was a feeling. I started wondering she won't
Thank you so very What's my people? Good evening. Send them out to the song. What's on the inside? I can see the flag from far. We love you, the Sammy Well family, we love you. And this was his life. I'm gonna jump in forward. My Vietnam family, we love you. This was his life. I was camp on the ground. You can't tell me what to do. Was like a Trinidad. Then go on the road. Thank you. I can Trinidad. Jump up on the road. Windows up there. I'm going all day. Now everybody watch me. I have a canales. I want you to watch me. I have a canales. I love the tea. Special good evening to all the residents of Parlview. This is the voice of the P&M. No, we are not campaigning. We are just here to express our gratitude to you. We are here to say thank you. Thank you for your support. It means so much to us. Thank you. We are here to say thank you so very much. It's only our first time serving you. Sorry for my ways, adopting ways. It means a lot that so much of you guys went out to the polls to support us. We appreciate you. I've been drinking all night, because of your hard work, we are here today. We are here to say thank you. It's celebration time. Celebration time.
It's not the lesson. I still am sorry for my ways, my dirty ways. I blame the person. I hurt you. I have no apology. 'Cause I've been drinking all night. I knew I'm not moonlight. This might take me so right. I'm so light. I'm so light. I've been waiting all day. Take up your lady. Take up your lady. Shake
to the residents of 7th Street, East Vietnam. We are here to say thank you so very much. Thank you for your support. Thank you so very much. Whoa. Already there's one extra hour and one extra day. We need 25 days to the party and straight till I'm on it. This party cannot go. My brother Grammy boy. Every brother Grammy boy. Supporting on this track. All the time. My beautiful family. Everyone needs to voice. Your customer is on the road today, Miss Maria Matisse. She's here to thank you for your support. Thank you for your support. We love you. We appreciate you. Like I in ecstasy.
That's two police on the book living on this street here. So now I want to go around this. I will wait here till they come back and I will follow them in my actions.
Oh, yeah, you're a smart man, though.
Not a smart man.
So when the police can take part in any party.
Yeah. So whatever the look at the scene down in suburb with Bishop Benjamin and the police who was encouraging to burn tire on the road.
Yeah.
Okay.
Police?
Yeah, that was on all on Facebook. Which one?
So I went to the corner and they come out here and then I will follow them.
They charge you?
They won't charge you?
Yes, sir. Yeah, after going live.
Agree. So, oh, hold on. Tell the that I can look for that, please. Oh, okay. And for the back and forth.
I don't know.
We got you, sir. We got you. We got you. We got you.
It's plenty bottle kind of like on our range. We got to do just like the other hand. We don't do what people say.
I'm not special enough to the residents. This is the voice of the People's National Movement. We are here with the Old Council of Miss MERIKINS. We have one simple message for you. And that is, from the bottom of our hearts, we want to say thank you. That's it. Thank you. Thank you kindly for going out in your numbers, making the right choice. Now we're ready. Thank you so very much. We're ready. This is the voice of the PNM. We are here with your councillor-elect, MERIKINS. And we are just here to say thank you for your support. Thank you for your support. We appreciate you.
Everybody need it. They say they hard again. Somebody, they can't laugh at me. Because you love me. But if you're sick, keep on complaining. When I do it, I say you come back and do it. All I know is try. See the problem, but I know that guy. What I do from my game, tell me what I do wrong again. Because body we get right. They say I get hard again.
As soon as it rains, it's fire. I beg you please, let me walk down when we touch down.
Thank you so very much. What's with your mind? Once again, thank you. For Streets West, we want to say thank you so very much. Thank you.
I know the area very well. So that's like on this road. I know you're making a block from around here. But
Shut up, block your ears, huh? Shut up, block your ears. Don't study them, huh? Shut up,
The one tapping in the back. Come down, man. The one tapping in the back.
Is that boy their thing, huh? It does nothing to do with me, huh? No. I could go?
But I rather roll it anybody else other than me.
I don't want anybody else.
Going down next time.
Yeah, you can morning.
First morning.
I will come.
And
you know what's up?
Yeah, you don't even know what it is. You don't know what it is like that. It's like complicated. You don't even know what it is. It's like a complicated. That is their high. Where the glass shot?
I'm just thinking, watch that. Watch that.
Best request that you guys made the right choice and elected Council of Realities. We just want to say thank you very much.
Hey. What we got? You want one, sir?
Everybody be good. Somebody go touch it for you. Somebody go touch it. Somebody go touch it for you. Touch it for you. You know what she gonna do. Can you think of that? We are here to say thank you very much. Somebody go somebody go touch it for you. Somebody. Thank you for going out to your numbers. And voting for Councilor MERIKINS. It's celebration time. She gonna do one. She gonna give it to who she wants. She will buy a drink if she wants. She gonna give it to who she wants. Now you just own it. From one night to a banana, not the only man in the market with banana. Stop one like a superhero, like the Black Panther in Wakanda. Go there, the next man, Shamana. Take example from your banana. You never kill it, the banana. But you know that
No, God, no, no, somebody go touch it for you. Somebody go touch it. Somebody go take it tonight. Somebody go touch it for you. Touch it for you. You can touch it cause if you want. She gon' give it to who she want. She can buy a drink if you want. She gon' give it to who she want. And you can afford it. Residents, good evening. Thank you guys so very much for making the right choice. We appreciate you. We love you. We love you. Go on down here. No girl can take you. Your place and make sure that the carry up in your face. No girl can do that. Cause you what? No girl can take your place and make sure that we are just saying thank you and having some fun. The carry up in your celebration time. You guys ready to your part? Cause you were there when nobody wants to be right. And I didn't have to be right. I'm not about I wasn't calling. Long before I did that right. You want to take it on me. And me never step because you are the right. Everything right. No girl can take your place and make sure that the carry up in your face. No girl can do that. Cause you were there when nobody wants to be right. And I didn't have to be right. I'm not gonna stop what he calling you for. Long before I did that right. You want to take it on me. And we never sleep because you are the right way. You are the and we don't know that we soon may make it be the right way. The right way. Put your hands up and let me see. You know you get the one me and you come first. It's another episode. Baby, you're on the road. This is what we love. Celebrate. This is a happy world. We don't go out the house. We just want to get no rest. So we're not too close. I just want to be low. I'll be having you first. I want to kiss her first. From the time of the way, I'm ready to put the game.
Then I got one thing to
It's another episode. When we are on the road, this is what we love to celebrate, to celebrate. This is how we work. We don't come out the box. We just want to make no mistake. For when I go home, I just want to be home. I'll be having the world. I cannot kiss the first. From the time of the way, I'm ready to pop the game. This is not your body. Show them how we do.
them what we need. Show them what we need. Show them what we need. Right now that we started drinking, started up, we started up. Right now that we started drinking, started up, we started up. Right now that we started drinking, started up, we started up. Right now that we started drinking, everybody sing this with me. You we gon' get back. We gon' come on, move the bed. It's on the best every day. Until long we go.
Yeah, we put up the ranks like a...
Let's just get something off the top. In the meantime, residents, thank you so very much.
Yeah, we put up the ranks like umbrella, umbrella, umbrella. Rocks over your head like umbrella, umbrella, umbrella. Here we make magic like Shangri-La, Shangri-La, Shangri-La. Hands over your head with umbrella, umbrella, umbrella. All right. Shelter yourself, 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 shelter yourself. Now, oh, if the rain start falling, well, it don't matter. Thunderstorm and all, a little bit of pattern. Some water in the vent, the party at top. So let it rain, I say let it rain down. And free on the baba, you know.
Thank you very much.
Feel her in the savannah or in the stadium.
We appreciate all the support you have shown to us. And so we appreciate you.
Umbrella, umbrella, umbrella. Rocks over your head like umbrella, umbrella, umbrella. Here we make magic like Shangri-La, Shangri-La, Shangri-La. Hands over your head with umbrella, umbrella, umbrella. All right. So tell me about work in the morning, unless we talking hard work, wine and jam, wine up on a girl. I say we got tell me about work in the morning, unless we talking hard work, wine and jam, wine up on a girl. Want to get this up, hard work. Oh, you want me to I thinking of we said thank you very much. You tell me about work in the morning, unless we talking hard work. Wine and jam, wine up on a girl. I say you tell me about work in the morning, unless we talking hard work. Wine and jam. Roland W, we love you. Well, I want to get this off and just talk about it. Roland Avenue, this is the voice of the PNM. We are just here to express our gratitude to you. I'm thinking of mental day. I'm thinking of mental day. Celebration time, thanks to you, Roland. I'm thinking of each and every one of you that went out and vote. We love you. Thank you. I'm not gone. Tell them I'm gone. Oh, even but I'm gone in there. Tell them I'm gone. I said tell them I'm gone. Oh, even but I'm gone in there. Tell them. Something telling me John. Something telling me well. Something telling me this and yeah. I can feel the spiritual. It's holiday. Stop the world. It's spiritual. It's holiday. Stop the world. So when you cry, you got hands up. It's my hands up. So when you cry, you got hands up. It's my hands up. Everybody must something in the air now. Oh yeah, got nothing. Good yeah, got nothing. Good yeah, got nothing. When we saw that in my brain now. Oh yeah, got nothing. Good yeah, got nothing. Good yeah, got nothing. I said murder. We mash up the people. We just mash up the people. So we mash up the people. Roland Avenue, this is the voice of the PNM. We are here to say thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. You guys went out in your numbers. You made the right choice and put your ex by the bodies in. For that, we are here to say thank you. We are not different frequency. Your councillor elected, excited and looking forward to working with you. Everybody put something in the air. Yes, Roland Avenue, thank you very much. Oh, we love inside Roland, we love you. That's all right. We go back around.
We were supposed to go up Central Road. But we could take the roundabout, the back of Trinity and come back down here, don't worry. That small thing, they don't feel us. We are here to stay. We are here to stay. We're here to stay. Easy to find it. It's carnival. Girl, them look sexy, so natural. Beautiful colors everywhere. On the road. And even if you find them in the Caribbean, but just hold it. I ride them in forget all your worries. Whatever stress or problem you have. So your worries never happen. Up Central Road. Oh yeah. Trinity Mall, good evening. Good evening. You can't have mommy, we outside again. We outside again. We just said thank you. Forget all your worries, whatever happened before. Yeah. Allow me to show you the biggest bag of what any candidate so far. Everybody, eyes right. Eyes right. The biggest bag of boy. Let's go. So now we take an third exit on this roundabout. That is east-west East Gates. So we're coming up and we're talking back here. Yeah, this one right here. Stretch ahead. Nice man. Then we're taking our left by squats on ground. East Gates family, good evening. Good evening. Thank you for your support towards the P&M. We appreciate you, we thank you, and we love you. So you're gonna give me
Sports on grounds. Sorry. Every strict recreational grounds. Good evening. What's my ballers, the man? What's the ballers? What's yours in there right now? Let's go. Big up was Otto boy. Yeah, my brother. Yeah, my brother. Watch way. I'm gonna take her. You see, this street in particular, we must say a very heartfelt thank you, much more than the others. For this year, this street broke history. You guys broke history. What was normally a UNC seat, a UNC corner division, you guys have converted it to P&M. We appreciate you. You guys have untucked yourself. We thank you. We made history right here. Right here. What's your mind at ease with MERIKINS? Yeah, man. In action. In real life. Watch it. Watch it. Good evening, Melanie. We love you. Let's enter Hindustan. No. Sorry, Danny, I'm going straight. Hindustan, thank you. Mr. Hayden, good evening. Good evening, we love you. What's my P&M people? What's my people? Watch my P&M people. Watch we just said thank you. We stopping you. We said thank you, boy. Thank you. We gonna knock one the way. Let's go. Celebration time. Whoa. My P&M people, we love you so dearly. We want to thank you. Watch my people. I come to the all year, my people.
So we're taking it to Maruka Junction down here. We're taking it right there. We're going Maruka Junction, not here.